joke.
Okay, let's hear it.
What's brown and sticky?
Oh, I don't know what.
A stick.
That's terrible. That's brown.
Live or not live?
we are live. I was recording that. Anywho, you write that you write that down, Paul?
Yeah.
Okay.
Put it in the vault.
Welcome everybody. My name is Victus.
And I'm Aon.
And I'm Paul.
And this is Beyond the Shadows podcast, a comedy paranormal podcast where we try to bring to you the best of the best and forget about the rest. That's the only thing I can think of that would. It was rolling. It was rolling off the tongue.
I was going to say nothing less. So
And nothing less. And nothing,
I liked yours.
The best of the best and nothing less than the rest. With breasts. Either one. So this is part 2 of our Betty and Barney Hill episode. If you recall correctly, we were about 5 minutes into our
Betty's story.
Yeah, Betty's story. I couldn't find the exact location. I tried my best to leave my desktop the way it was all week, and wouldn't you know it, an update came and restarted my computer, so I lost my spot. Thanks, Windows. I love you, Microsoft. You're great. But I got us kind of close. I said it last week. I will say it again. Trigger warning. If you're triggered by unsettling stories and pure emotional terror, this is not the episode for you, because we are about to listen to a regression hypnosis session with Betty Hill, who was allegedly abducted by aliens, and this is her recounting what happened, and it is terrifying. And I listened to just like 4 minutes of it, just clicking, scanning, trying to get to where we were before we started, and got the chill bumps already, my people. So I will say again, Paul is our resident expert. Yeah, look up the dramatic lookup. Who, me?
Here, let me yank my glasses off.
What?
What? You don't. Yeah, I don't look right without glasses then. So anyway, Paul is our resident hypnosis expert, and he was filling in some blanks for us last week. What are y'all thinking so far of the story of Betty and Barney Hill?
It seems like it's pretty obvious they went through something traumatic. I guess the only question is, did they experience what they're interpreting it as?
Right.
Because on the other hand, they could have also just have been attacked.
Yeah.
And had some memory issue with it, because it's kind of an unavoidable part of this story that, given the time and that it's a mixed race couple, the fact is that they were kind of in fear of attack or harm pretty often, probably also why they're taking an odd back road to and from the falls. So they could have experienced something traumatic and then remembered it oddly, though for both of them to have blocked it out and then had to have it recovered through hypnosis therapy would be odd.
Yeah.
That's unusual, that both people would need to dig it all back up to remember portions of it. So that part of it would make it odd.
And both of their suppressed memories after recovery align is a little strange. I could see, maybe a couple details would line up, but not an entire story.
Yeah, for them to both remember it as an abduction, as a UFO abduction, if they had both suppressed the memories from the same encounter, would be, you're starting to get into some pretty extraordinary odds.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
In any of your research, did you come to some understanding about what their view about aliens might? I know that Betty kind of fancied herself a kind of an astronomer, a novice astronomer. But what was their view about the existence of aliens, any of that sort of thing? Because when did this happen? In 1952?
51? I think
51,
it was 51, yeah. I need to pull up the script, look
I
at the
don't-
research.
Yeah. Oh, 62. 62. No.
61. 1961, yeah.
Yeah, 60. So, what was their view about this before? I don't know that I've ever heard what that might have been.
There wasn't much talk about it. The way it came across in the research was that they were very kind of straight-laced people, and that they didn't really do like movies and stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I don't feel like the science fiction movie part of the story would line up. Like, I don't think they would be influenced by, say, what was that one? The Day the Earth Stood Still?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and also in one's encounters previous to theirs, it wasn't until them that they started showing up as the Greys.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
They're always like green aliens and like
Right.
big floppy fingers and cartoony and silly. Or just whatever, add extra appendage X to
The
body and
a
have-
hand coming out of the forehead.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Now you have an alien. So
Yeah.
they're kind of the archetype, which is interesting. Makes you wonder if that
Yeah.
influenced later interpretations, or if it's just
So
that's the whole thing to unpack in itself.
yeah, you're absolutely right, because up until this point, like you said, the idea of aliens was either beautiful women from Venus or
Right.
horrible looking anamorphic blobs from Mars.
Mm-hmm.
And it from this point forward, when somebody says I saw an alien, they thought of what Betty and Barney Hill saw.
Right.
Even our last, not our last episode, but the last topic that we did, the fire in the sky.
Right.
What was it? Something Walton? Travis Walton. So yeah, the Travis Walton incident. So when we did Travis Walton, his depiction of aliens was even the Greys, which was like what Betty and Barney Hill said. So it's, I feel like if they were influenced by other things like science fiction movies or books or whatever, up until this point, there would have been signs of it in their regression. You know what I'm saying? It would have shown
interpretation of what they saw.
Yeah, like she didn't say that they came out looking like men in suits made of aluminum foil with a bubble over their head.
Right.
Because
Right.
that was the norm for when you said alien, that's what everybody thought. So I don't feel, it didn't come up in my research that she was, explicitly into science fiction or anything. My mind keeps saying I'm wrong because I think there was a big part of the Travis Walton case where everybody said, well, he's not a reliable witness because he had seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind the weekend before.
Yeah.
Whereas, let's actually look it up. Let's Google this because I want to see September of 1961. I want to see what movies were released in September of 1961.
Alien movies, Google, 1961.
Yeah. Movies were released. Oh my gosh, I can't type right now. In September. Oh, let's say August, just to be safe. You know what? Let's just say 1961.
There you go. Oh, it went straight to the Alien franchise movie.
Yeah. The Phantom Planet, 1961 independent film.
I figured you'd see things like battle barbarian women from Mars or something like that.
Yeah.
The kind of thing that they did a lot, like a lot of exploitation alien film stuff. Although that
there we
actually
go.
comes from
IMDb for the win.
the John Carter series of stuff is where all the like Amazonian barbarian women from Mars stuff offshoots
Yeah.
from the John Carter.
All right, we have the day the Earth caught fire. Russian atomic bomb, mysterious island, civil wars, voyage to the bottom of the sea. We know what that's about. Nude on the moon. A rich rocket scientist organized an expedition to the moon, which we discover is inhabited by nude women.
See, that was the majority of that stuff that's up.
Yeah.
Somehow, fetishizing space travel.
I guess. Phantom Planet. After an invisible asteroid draws an astronaut and his ship to its surface, he is miniaturized by the Phantom Planet's exotic atmosphere. the flight that disappeared.
So as it turns out,
Not likely.
well, there's a lot of terror related.
A lot of what now? I didn't hear you.
Well,
Para-related stuff, things around
Yeah.
the idea.
yeah, but they're not reflecting the
More than I thought.
the
maybe.
gray alien stuff.
No.
I mean that's what we were wondering. Is it are they being influenced by movies at the time?
I don't.
It wasn't really. I don't think until modern UFO abduction stories coming out that the concept of aliens in sci-fi sort of solidified into a single
Okay, here we go.
bedrock.
I actually know this movie. If you believe it.
Which one?
This is the one of two from 1961 that was explicitly about aliens. The Invasion of the Neptune Men. This was a Japanese movie. And they did not, here's what the aliens look like.
So they look like dudes with special helmets.
Yeah, they're the bad guys from Power Rangers.
Yeah.
Or the Rocketeer.
All right, let's look at the other one.
The Rocketeer's helmet.
Master of the World, is that it? No, where to go? Battle for the Worlds. Or Battle of the Worlds.
More dudes in space helmets.
Yeah.
So they just kind of figured aliens would look just like us.
Okay, look, here we go. Flying saucer.
Yeah. With a nubbin on it. A lot of ads for Silo. That's
Yeah.
a really good show.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'll have to
Fan.
check it out. Okay, I'm seeing
If they only made one season, that's the only part that sucks about it.
I'm seeing lots of flying saucers, but I'm not seeing any aliens.
No. Lots of lasers, saucers.
Laser saucers. Oh, shirtless man.
When did the first Star Trek come?
In the 60s, I think.
Not that early.
No, not that early, but I'm saying because they made the Star Trek main part of the ship, the crew section of the ship is a saucer. I mean,
Hey, Google. When did Star Trek come out?
I should know this. I'm gonna get a whole lot of shame for not
September 8, 1966.
66. Okay. I'm gonna get a whole lot of shame for
Yeah.
not, but
Comment.
whatever.
Comment down below.
Whatever. I watch it. Okay, I don't have to know. I don't have to know when the first episode came
that
out.
was
I actually watched Star Trek.
that was the original cast with Kirk.
There's currently no Star Trek produced yet that I have not seen. I am currently current on all my current Star Trek.
I go back and watch the Next Generation probably more than I should as a normal adult.
There is so much. So many seasons of Next Generation.
Yes. Let me perhaps a query for you, sir.
Sure.
What's your favorite episode? All the Star Trek.
Of all Star Trek?
Yes. You've got one. I know you do.
So it changed recently.
Okay.
So my new favorite episode of Star Trek is actually the Star Trek Discovery series.
Yes.
The last episode of I think the most recent season is season 5. So it was the last episode of season 4 because they actually go outside of the Milky Way galaxy, past the boundary. I mean, they make it seem like it's something that I'm sure it's not, but they go outside of our galaxy to a planet that a civilization has actually built Dyson rings around.
Oh.
And they are a gas giant planet, and so they're a species that evolved on a gas giant planet, and they're big,
Interesting.
floating creatures. But the thing that I liked about it was they communicate with, rather than vocal, they communicate. They have like a series of like thousands of light emitting glands across their face, and these things are huge. These things are like the size of like a aircraft carrier. The creatures are.
Yeah.
But they use that, and they emit hydrocarbons like scent.
Ooh.
But they emit complex hydrocarbons, and the light is so they don't have like a unified language. The light is the key to then assembling the atoms of these hydrocarbons they emit.
Yes.
It's like the hydrocarbon is like a encrypted communication specific to each creature, and the lights emitted are the key to understanding their hydrocarbons they emit.
That is
so
interesting.
they don't have a unified language, so they in theory they produce a more personal language and inflection personal to each one of the creatures versus what you do when you communicate through a unified language in theory, which I thought that whole concept was so complex and cool. That's why I liked the episode, because that's when they finally figured it out as the last episode.
Oh, okay.
And they finally were able to communicate with
Well,
them.
shoot.
So.
What about you, Paul? Do you got a favorite Star Trek episode?
No.
Dang. No.
No.
Just no.
Just cut his head off. He's done. My favorite is the Tribble episode.
Oh yeah. Trouble with Tribbles.
The original Tribble. Yes, Trouble with Tribbles.
Yeah.
That's it.
Trouble with Tribbles.
I love
Yeah.
it. It's my favorite. And every time I see like a ball of fluff, I'm like, a Tribble. Don't leave it in a compartment with another one. They multiply like rabbits.
That makes me think of Lower Decks.
Yeah.
One of the ensigns is working on a Tribble neutering.
Oh yeah.
Or Tribble birth control or something like that. It's
Yeah.
going to change the galaxy. I'm like, of course, because they're referencing the Trouble with Tribbles. And I think as a practical joke, one of them sticks 2 Tribbles in somebody's shuttle.
Oh no.
A little shuttle chip. Yeah, they stick it in there before they leave. I can't remember the episode, but yeah, I like Lower Decks a lot because it's like, yeah, this is what was going on when you weren't just with the captain. All the Ensign Rickies.
Yeah.
It's like it's nothing but Ensign Rickies and what they do in their spare time when they're not working on warp cores and fixing disasters that the captain's caused.
My very close second, which almost topped it because it covered the Tribble episode. Shame on me for not knowing which generation it was, but it's the one where they find they go through a black hole or they find a time loop or something. They go back in time, and it's one of the newer episodes, and they're like sneaking around in the background during the Trouble with Tribbles episodes.
Oh, I think that's on
Next Generation.
No, it's
But you know the episode I'm talking about.
Yeah. It's on
It's a good one.
the new Strange Worlds.
Yes, that's it.
Is that strange? Yeah, it's on Strange Worlds. Yeah, they step back and they're trying not to
Yeah,
not to get involved.
and they're the ones secretly causing part of the Tribble problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was really excellent seeing the new characters like hiding in the background, peeking over a corner
Yeah,
while Kirk and
They
Spock are
did.
talking. Yeah, it was really cool.
yeah.
Very done very well. Anywhoots. do y'all want to get back into this disturbing audio
Sure.
of
roll it.
Betty Hill? We have not done a sound check with the audio, so if you don't hear it, start waving your arms because I hear it.
Okay, I'm sure.
All right, here we go. We are picking up. This is right about the time that the beings that she has seen at the roadblock have approached her door.
Yep, that's where we left.
I figured it's about where we stopped. So here we go.
Let me put this hand out.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There was a lot of heavy breathing.
Yes. And let me be devil's advocate for just a second. There's a lot of pauses for Betty Hill, and I can't help but feel like in the back of my mind that is she taking time to make up a story?
Probably not. That's what most hypnosis sessions are like.
Is it really?
Yeah, she'll have a very different memory of it than what persons who are not in a trance, who are sitting around there watching.
So was it like her pausing and like, so like I feel like in a hypnosis regression, it's like she's watching a movie playing. Is she like watching the scene playing out and she's collecting what she needs to say about it?
She's living. She's living.
So she's, you know, like, let's be honest, in normal everyday life, when something happens, there's not a lot in between dialogue, right? So like, it's like taking the laughter track out of a TV show.
Right.
It's kind of boring. Like,
and that's exactly right. Sometimes, like, I can tell you about regressions I've had, and I can, you know, that I've personally had, and I can go through and tell you what happened, and it will sound fascinating. If you go and listen to the recording of it, I don't say nearly everything I can tell you that I can remember. And there are long pauses in between. And in fact, the first time I had it, it was like I was just on the verge of not being able to talk. I just almost talked.
Pull that mic to you just a little bit more, would you, Paul?
And the therapist was, is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. And the therapist was saying, okay, what do you see now? What do you see now? Okay, tell me what you see. Tell me what you see. And I had to really be prompted to talk because I didn't want to talk. It took too much energy. I wanted to experience what I was seeing.
Right.
I was in it. I wanted to experience it. I didn't want to be verbalizing what I was seeing. It'd be like me sitting here. What do you see? Well, I see a screen and there's 3 parts to this screen and there's another screen. Then I'm wanting to hear what's going on.
Right.
And there's somebody outside saying, okay, what are you seeing now? And you're like, well, stop talking to me.
Okay. Well, that makes a little more sense. See, this
sounds pretty normal to me for a hypnosis session.
Okay. Well, this is good. This is why we have you here. All right. Let's step back into it then.
Go on. I don't know what happened. You can remember everything now. What do these men look like? Could you see their faces? No. How were they dressed? Alike, somehow or other. Did they have on any uniform, or were they in ordinary clothes? Like a uniform. Uniform. Does it resemble any uniform you know?
I couldn't see. There's a couple of men behind me, and then this body, and there's a man on each side of him, and my eyes are open. My body's still asleep. He's walking and he's asleep. And then I begin to get mad. And they go, who the heck are these characters and what do they think they're doing? And so I turn around and I say, Bonnie, wake up. Bonnie, why don't you wake up? And he doesn't pay any attention. He keeps walking. And I keep going a little bit further, and I turn around and I say his name again, Bonnie, wake up. He doesn't pay any attention, and then the man who's walking beside me here says, oh, is his name Bonnie? And I turned around and I looked at this man, and I figured it's none of his business. So I didn't speak to him.
None of your business.
Did we keep walking? And I try to wake Bonnie up again. He said, Bonnie, wake up. And he doesn't. So the man said, he asked me again, he said, is Bonnie his name? Then I wouldn't ask him, so that he says, don't be afraid. You don't have any reason to be afraid. We're not going to harm you. But we just want to do some tests. When the tests are over with, we'll take you and Bonnie back and put you in your car. And you'll be on your way back home in no time. And so,
Puppy alert.
I mean, he was sort of reassuring in a way, but can't say that I trusted what he said. And I wasn't sure what was going to happen, and we kept walking, and the body was still asleep, and then...
You mean he was walking in his sleep?
Yeah, he was just like sleepwalking.
These men spoke good English?
Only one spoke, the one who was on my left. And he said... And then he was more or less... He had an accent. He had sort of a foreign accent. But he was very, businesslike.
So, I want to say that the accent comes up a lot in alien abduction stories. There is an overwhelming number of people that say that the aliens will look human-like, but their features are a little off. But they will have like a Swedish accent, and
That explains everything.
yeah, they're a little off, right? They're Swedish.
I knew that was who was the root of all of it.
The Swedes. There's a whole thread of, it's a huge rabbit hole you can go down if you want, about
All Swedes are aliens?
What?
Is that the thread?
No, not this time. There was I can't think of the guy's name, but he was like present in like presidential hearings dude had like blonde hair, blue eyes, and his features were always off just a little. Like his eyes were always in weird angles and positions. And you could go back and find like, you could find like photo shoots from like presidential hearings, and he's standing in the background. And there was talk about how he was secretly an alien that was planted in the government and was feeding information. But a lot of people would call him the Swede because he looked Swedish and he spoke with a funny
No one ever
accent.
noticed his. No one ever noticed his face was sort of off in person.
No, they just,
I want to say he wore dark glasses, and
Mm.
yeah, so that was cool back in the 60s, right? You know, in even in presidential hearings for people to wear sunglasses. So
Especially if you got a natural googly eye thing going on.
yeah, one's kind of like up on your forehead a little bit.
You just sort of rattle around on your face.
What did you say? Huh? Who's talking to me?
you know, that's interesting. I've never heard the accent thing.
Really?
I've just never heard it, but I suppose I haven't looked that much into alien abduction.
The consensus is that they are doing their best to imitate humans, but they're doing minimal research to do so. So like, we touched, did we do the Mothman story? No, we decided not to. So in the Mothman story,
There's only we didn't cover.
yeah, so in the Mothman story, there was people that would show up and do funny things. Like immediately after the first sighting of the Mothman, a guy showed up at a local diner, blonde hair, blue eyes, and he sat down and didn't know how to order food at a restaurant.
Oh,
And so
makes sense.
the waitress was like, "Let me just bring you today's special." He's like, "Yes, food." Like seriously, that's what he said. And so she brings him food, and the guy didn't know how to use a fork and a spoon and a knife. So the waitress showed him how to use utensils.
master of disguise.
Yeah.
I hope he left a tip.
You know, honestly, he probably did. That's probably one of the few things that he got right. But they said like his mannerisms were way off. Like and it comes back to like, it feels like they studied humans, but like they just watched like a 45-second clip of a TV show that they snagged out of the air. Oh yeah,
It was probably a Swedish chef off the Muppets.
yeah. I think his eyes are up here, right? Was that right? Yeah, but didn't they tilt down in the middle? Wait, does the hair come out of the sides of the face like this? Maybe. I don't know.
Like, just put the features on there and tilt them, and
Yeah.
we'll call it good.
It's like they played with a Play-Doh version of a human.
Mr. Potato Head.
And somebody goes, "That's good enough. Kick him out there." They
Close enough. Looks like
they open up the bottom of the UFO and just boot him out. The end.
call us.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Going to tangent. Here we go.
So then we kept walking. We
They
came
had
to.
the I guess the beam was broken.
Say again.
They had to walk, so I guess the beam was broken.
All right. The tractor beam that worked so well in every other UFO account just happened to be out of service
Yep.
this week.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna have to land 300 yards this way, and you're gonna have to walk.
Yeah. Yeah, the GPS isn't working quite right, so we can't even land in the middle of the road. So you got to stand out there and wave your arms all silly to get him to stop.
Yep. We can cross space and time, but we can't land on the road.
Nor can we float into this ship. We've got to walk.
a clearing. And there was came to the clearing and there was I wish it was lighter so I could get a better picture of it. There was a ramp and a door.
The door.
There was the
Ramp
object
and a
was on the
door.
ground.
The object was on the ground.
Yeah, I think it was the same when I was watching it.
And I'm sorry, but I've been watching a lot of Bob's Burgers lately. And I've been racking my brain this whole time. What's the wife's name?
Betty.
Betty.
On Bob's Burgers.
Yeah. I keep wanting to say
remember.
Tina.
Yeah,
I know I'm wrong.
sounds like her. No, Tina's the older daughter.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like the mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a ramp on the ground. He's walking us
Oh,
over.
you want some burgers?
He's walking
We'll
us
get you
over
some
there.
burgers.
Look at his fancy little hat.
Yeah, sounds just like
That's all
her.
I hear. A wife lady from Bob's. It's killing me because I've literally binged the entire show like 6 times. Linda, that's it. Yes.
It's Linda.
Linda Belcher. Yeah. This is Linda Belcher's interview. He came down with a silly little craft.
They were making me get out of the car.
I didn't want to get out. My what's the word? My back is hurting me. I'm sitting on my therapeutic cushion.
Calves were all sore. We'd already been walking on the beach that morning. I mean, there was a lot of trash, but it was a pretty nice beach.
That was pretty nice. Yeah.
It was pretty nice.
Let's go, Bob. I said, Bob. Wake up, Bob. Wake up.
Guy. And there were trees, and there was a path, and there was this clearing, and this object the clearing I could see just about filled up the clearing. And they're taking me up to the object. Now, I don't want to go on it.
I don't want to.
I don't know what's going to happen if I go on it.
I don't want to know what's going to happen. Bob. Wake up, Bob.
And I go up the ramp, and I go inside, and there's a corridor to the left. We go up the corridor.
All our New England listeners are going to think we're jerks.
There's a room.
I'm sorry. If you don't like it, email us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com.
Complain.
Comment in the video.
Hate mail, comment.
Comments,
anything.
like, hate it, give us a thumbs down, something. Let us know there's people listening. Somebody, anybody. Bob!
And
Bob!
they start to take me in the room.
They're taking me in the room, Bob.
Some of the men come in the room with this man who speaks English and me. They stay for a minute. I don't know who they are. I guess maybe they're the crew. But they only stay for a minute. And the man who speaks English is there. And another man comes in. I haven't seen him before. I think he's a doctor. And I came in the door. And I think he's got, I don't know how our nervous system is, but I hope that we'll never have nerve enough to go around kidnapping people right off the highways like he's done. And he tells me to take off my dress. And he's telling me to take off my dress, and then before I even have a chance hardly to stand up to do it, the examiner, my dress has a zipper down the back. Down the back? Yeah, it has a zipper down the back. And the examiner unzips my dress. It goes way down to my waist, the zipper does. And so I slipped my dress off. And so I don't have my dress or my shoes on. And there's a next over away to the stool, and then there's sort of in the middle of the room is a table, some kind of a table. It's not up very high, about the same height as the desk. So I lie down on the table on my back, and he brings over this how can I describe it? They're like needles. There's a whole cluster of needles. And each...
Trigger warning. I know what's coming next. Be prepared. It's about to get a little intense. So, if you've made it up to this point, it's not too bad, but it's coming. We still got... let's see what we got on this recording still. We still got like 20 more minutes on this, so it's about to get a little graphic. So if you're not, just get ready because it's coming. Here we go.
Insertion phase.
Yes. It's not as crazy as you think, but she does have a really strong reaction to what's about to happen. So get ready for Linda Belcher.
Well, it ain't a real abduction unless you got probed, so.
Yeah. Well,
Just saying.
It's coming.
needle has a wire running from it. So then they roll me over on my back.
Oh, Lord.
And the examiner has a long needle in his hand. And I see the needle. And it's bigger than any needle I've ever seen. And I asked him what he's going to do with it. And he said just a simple testicle tripping. And I asked him what. And he said he just wants to put it in my navel. It's just a simple test. And I don't know, it will hurt. Don't do it. Don't do it. And even though it won't hurt. And he sticks a needle into my navel. Instead. And I'm crying and I tell him it's hurting, take it out. And then the leader, he goes over and he puts his hand, runs his hand in front of my eyes. And he says, I'll be alright, I won't feel it. And all the pain goes away.
Okay, so this is common. We hear a lot about, especially when it comes to alien abduction, people will have a painful experience and then somebody comes up and does like a hand motion. These are not the droids you're looking for. Or they put a hand on the forehead. And they say, this isn't going to hurt. And then immediately, it's gone. So, the reigning theory is there is some type of psychic block happening that's causing them to not feel what's happening. And
so... Well, I was gonna say there's a guy he's a psychiatrist, and he primarily started out doing research on abductees, right? That's his. He gets covered in that that supernatural book
Yeah.
that you and I read.
Yeah.
By Graham Hancock. And Graham Hancock's book really is about psychedelics, but Graham draws this correlation between the story that all of these folks, this psychiatrist is doing hypnosis on,
Yeah.
and the experiences Graham has documented from shamans and their rite of passage ritual, like their experience when they were sort of finally granted their shamanhood, and the insertion of devices with tools for the shamans. They often experience them as crystals or objects of power being inserted under the skin, and the alien abductees describe them as devices, right? Devices or pills or kernels or whatever. But both of them remark on how it's incredibly painful, like it's almost like dying.
Yeah.
Up until, for the shamans, their spirit guide or their guide through this other world takes the pain away, right? And then in the UFO experiences, it's one of the aliens takes the pain away,
Right.
so I just find that interesting.
It's a wonderful
correlation.
parallel. Yeah. It's a very common thing, because a lot of people will, like the Travis Walton case. I keep bringing it up because it's great, because he had such a strong reaction to his story.
Right.
There's instances where the abductee is taken and they panic, and somebody that they interact with says, "It's okay. We don't mean you harm." The waving hand. These are not the droids you're looking for. And then immediately, like, the worry just fades away.
Well, so the thing that I find interesting about it, right, is the alien abductees, no one was around when this happened, right? Unless it was somebody else that also got abducted. So nobody sees it.
Right.
Nobody sees what's happening to them while it's happening. Whereas in these shaman experiences, there's lots of people around, right? It's a whole ceremony. There's other shamans, people of the village, so on. There's lots of people around, and people have drawn the parallel before that, what if some of these abductions are spontaneous DMT release? Then others have drawn the parallel of, well, what if these psychedelics are actually tuning them in to a channel with aliens? So you can argue in both directions, right? Because the parallel is there.
And the interesting thing is, in the history of the church, or the history of the Christian scripture, which is probably the only thing I can speak to with any competence, every time a supernatural being appears, an angel or whatever,
Right.
what the first thing that you hear? Everyone's afraid.
You need not worry.
And they say, "Be not afraid," right?
Yeah.
That's what the angels say.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
be afraid. So that.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a culturally long. Right. This is a culturally
That's interesting.
long time. Even when the angel Gabriel appeared to the shepherds to announce the birth of Jesus,
they were all afraid.
they were all afraid, and the
Yeah.
angel Gabriel said, "Be not afraid."
I never made that connection.
Me
I mean, I know the story, but it never occurred to me that they always.
So
when the
almost
visitor comes
every
home,
single
be afraid.
time in the world, in Christianity, that you have some angel or some supernatural being appearing, it frightens people. And one of the first things they tell them is, sometimes they make a hand gesture, and sometimes we don't know if they made a hand gesture, but they say, "Don't be afraid."
Huh.
Well,
Such a thing that, that's a pretty common phrase in Christianity. Be not afraid.
yeah.
In fact, there's a song, "Be not afraid."
Yeah. That's, I had never made the connection either. And I couldn't tell you how many times I've read the Bible.
So
Never
are
made
these
the
modern
connection.
are these modern abductions, are they really just angels from God? Are previous apparitions of angels really just aliens?
And now you
Or is-
understand why
or-
Ancient Aliens
okay.
is so popular.
I try to tell Aon all the time, and he just doesn't listen.
Or is the whole thing neurochemistry,
Right.
right? So you
Right?
have,
Yeah.
and you can argue,
That the modulation of spirituality is neurochemistry, the way
The
we
vehicle.
experience God.
right? So you have, and any one of those lets you argue it in any of the other two directions, right? That's wild, right? The big questions. We're here to answer the big questions. Here on Beyond the Shadows,
Like I said, we're here to
or make bigger questions. I don't think any of that solves any of it. But
no, I
it's
think
it's a big point.
we definitely exacerbated the situation. Oh, am I
So
living
there
my
you go.
life wrong?
If an angel or an alien appears and says, "Be not afraid," you'll know.
Immediately be afraid. That's what I'm taking away from this. Bob, taking me up the ramp, Bob. Up the ramp. Sorry.
Okay, she's already up the ramp. They're putting the needle in her.
All right, Naval. Here we go. Sorry, I just had to. I had to pause it. That was a good discussion. That was a good tangent. This is why we have you, Paul.
This is why I went to seminary and got that doctorate degree, so I could come on this podcast
And talk
for
about it.
just such a time as this.
You've been saving all of your gumption for this moment in your life, and it's finally paying off.
That's exactly right.
I'm glad you finally flex those muscles a little bit.
The degree that keeps on taking.
That's true. Keeps on taking. All right, let's keep going. Let's see what's going on. Oh, I wanted to say one more thing before I forget it. You could hear in her voice, she was stressed, high tension, heavy breathing, and then mid-sentence she was like, this guy came over, and then she lets out a deep sigh. And I can
Right.
relate to this because I do this all the time. When I get home, I do deep sighs when I get home because I'm in my comfort space.
And if you could observe her, not just hear her,
Yeah,
I would expect to see additional signs.
yeah.
She might be less sweaty, less pale or less flushed, and just a more calmer look on her face. That's what I've experienced when I've heard, things like this, or I've given people calming suggestions during hypnosis, and they just immediately change. Their breathing changes everything. They just immediately.
Yeah, it's a deep sigh, and she's like, he tells me I don't hurt anymore, and I don't. And then
Right.
her tone comes down, their breathing slows down.
I had a regression. The first time I had a regression, I was regressed to this life, and during the life, they took me to the time that I died, and I'd fallen off this cliff, and it was terrible. Boy, I was in a lot of pain, and I thought I was dying, and I remember saying, "I think I'm dying," and he says, "Well, you're not feeling it. It's okay." And then just suddenly, I was better, and I said, "Oh." I said, "Well, I think I'm dead." He says, "Why do you think that?" I said, "Because I can see my body and I don't hurt." So, and when I went back and listened to the tape, you could hear just an immediate change in my breathing and in everything.
Yeah, because the pain's gone.
Pain's gone.
Right.
And I experienced, boy, I could still, even sitting here, I just have like memories of that pain. Oh,
We will have to talk about this
yeah.
on the show. Sparkles. I've been to have like a handful of glitter.
I have a person I regressed. I'll bet she would come on the show and talk about it. She's interesting anyway.
We need to get
Let me
Guest-
find some.
guest
and
appearances.
right, and let's talk about it. Those that will. There's some that will want to talk about this.
Yeah, I would love to have an episode where we talked to somebody.
This one,
yeah.
This one I regressed. I won't get into it a lot. I do have her permission to disclose it and discuss it, but I won't get into it a lot. But I regressed her to 3 different lives, and she drowned in all these lives. And
Oh no.
when she was back to herself, I said, "Do you know how to swim?" And she says, "No, I'm afraid of the water." I said, "I think you should learn to swim in this
Yeah.
life."
Yeah.
That's one that I did the recording for, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that one.
Yeah, we should definitely get that. We should get at least somebody on the show, and
Right.
try to make it a little more engaging. Yeah.
Yeah.
But until then, let's hear what Betty has
Here we
to
are.
say. Here we are. Betty Hill, go.
Dad. But I still, the pain goes away, but I'm still sore from where they put that, I don't know why they put that long needle in my navel. I tried to tell them they shouldn't do it. But
Did they make any sexual advances to you?
no.
They didn't.
Nope. I asked the leader, I said, why did they stick the needle in my navel? And he said it was a pregnancy test. And I said, well, I don't know what they expected, but that was no pregnancy test here.
Bob,
And he didn't say anymore.
Bob.
So, the examiner he helped me get up off the table, and I swung around, and he gave me my shoes, and
Here's your shoes. Get out.
I put those on
Get out of here.
and got down on the floor, and my dress was there. And I put my dress on.
So didn't she say that her dress was ripped?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it sounds like the dress was forcibly removed, but in her explanation, it doesn't sound like that at all.
No, I don't think she really said. My impression was either getting her out of the car or putting her into the car. It is maybe when that happened.
Yeah.
Because what she described doesn't sound like it might rip your dress.
No,
I
she
mean, I've
talked
never
about him
worn a
finding
dress,
his
but
Yeah, they
Sure.
were like, here, let's take you out of your dress. Zip all the way down to the waist. She made it clear they were essentially removing the zipper all the way to the waist.
the chili room.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me get that for you, sweetheart.
It does make me wonder what, alien 70s music is like.
Or 60s.
Wow, wow.
60s aliens music.
Yeah, the
60s, whatever. I think that genre existed all on its own, much past when it was actually popular music anymore.
Heavy xylophone, I feel.
Lots of muted
I
guitar.
dream of genie music.
yeah.
A lot of muted.
Maybe a sitar in there.
Right.
But it definitely feel like heavy xylophone. Clunk, 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 clunk. Step out of the dress, baby.
Oh my god.
Now put your shoes on. Get out of here.
We're done. We got our 30 seconds.
And I was going to zip it up, and he took a hold of the zipper at the top and pulled it up. And then,
Let me get that for you, baby.
I said, I can go now. I can go back to the car. And he said, Barney isn't ready yet. And so then I began to get worried, and I asked him why it was taking so long with Barney. And he said, well, they were doing a few more tests with him, but he'd be right along in a minute. And there was a cabinet
About 30 more of
there.
these.
What is this?
And the doctor, the examiner, I mean, he had gone out of the room. There was just the leader and me there.
So there was a doctor there, you say?
And the man who did the examining, he did the testing,
What is it?
and he left.
This is where all alien
And
knowledge,
so there was just
alien
the
knowledge
leader
of
and me.
human anatomy comes from. This one.
And so I felt, I mean, I was grateful to him because he had stopped my pain.
That's
And
strange.
now I wasn't afraid at all. And so I started talking with the leader.
He's a leader, not that
And I said to him
I can see the notes.
that
Floppy bits.
this had been
Floppy bits.
quite
Bits
an
are
experience.
elastic.
It was unbelievable.
A soft and squishy lace
That-
of beans.
No one would ever believe me. And that most people didn't even know he was alive. And that what I needed was some proof that this had really happened. So he laughed, and he said, well, what kind of proof did I want? What would I like? And I said, well,
Alien penis.
if he could give me something to take back with me, then people would believe it.
Oh, he gave her something.
And so he told me to look
I've
around,
got something for you.
and maybe
Zip.
I could find something
The dress comes
I
back
would
on.
like to take. And I did.
You should ask. I was just thinking the very same thing.
Is there something you want to take? And I did. I'm sorry. Shame on me. I know where this is going. That's why I'm cracking jokes. Okay.
And there wasn't much
Oh, yeah.
around.
Yep.
But
So,
on the cabinet, there was a book. A fairly big book.
Do you want this?
War and
So
Peace.
I put my hand on the book and I said, could I have this?
man, that's a phone book.
And the leader laughed, and he asked me if I thought I could read it.
But those are the
An
yellow
alien?
pages.
And I told
Alien
him,
phone book? No,
no, I
that's
laughed
right.
too.
It's your local
I said,
phone book.
no,
That's how we found you.
It's actually,
but I wasn't taking it to read. That this was going to be my proof that this had happened. That this is my proof. And so he said that I could have the book if I wanted it. And I picked it up, and I was delighted. I mean, this was more than I had ever hoped for. He went over
like that episode To Serve Humanity.
across the room
One of my favorite episodes of
to
Twilight
the
Zone.
head of the table,
To Serve Humanity.
and
One cup
he
humanity.
did
3
something.
cups health.
He opened up.
Serve them on garlic and
It
butter.
wasn't like a drawer. He sort of did something in the metal of the wall. There was an opening. And he pulled out a map.
Like the
And
ones at school.
he asked me, had I ever seen a map like this before?
Yeah.
And I walked across the room, and I leaned against the table, and I looked at it, and it was a map of, it was
New
a
Jersey.
oblong map,
This is New Jersey.
and he said that
Bob, they're from our place.
the heavy lines
Well,
were trade routes. And then the other lines, the solid lines, were places they went occasionally. And he said that the broken lines were expeditions. So I asked him where was his home port? And he said, where are you on this map?
Oh, he came there, but he doesn't know where he is.
Like, I'll tell you if you
looked
tell me.
and I laughed and I said, I don't know.
I know where you are. Do you know?
So he said, well then, if you don't know where you are,
How are you going to know where I
there
am?
wouldn't be any point of my telling you where I am. And he put the map.
So petty.
I know, right?
The map rolled up and he put it back in the space in the wall and closed it.
Jeez, what a
And I
jerky way to
felt
say you're an
very
idiot.
stupid because I didn't know where the Earth was on the map.
You can
He
see
was
it,
trying
but
to
you
make
can't
it.
see it.
And
If you don't know where you are, then what's the point of telling you where I'm from? You won't even know then either.
All right?
Stupid humans.
Stupid humans.
Not-
Into the wall.
I asked him, well, could he show me? Could he open up the map again and show me where the Earth was? And he just laughed.
What a jerk.
And
Blah,
then
blah, 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 blah.
I got the book. I still got the book. I'm carrying the book. I got it in my hands. It's a big book. And so I went back to the cabinet and put the book down and started to look through it again. And there was all of a sudden this noise out in the hall. And some of the other men come in, and with them is the examiner. And they're quite excited. So I asked the leader, I said, what's the matter? Is something happened to Barney? What is it? That was nothing to do with Barney.
Yeah.
And the examiner has me open my mouth. And he started checking my teeth. And then looking at them. And then I asked him, what were they trying to do? What were they doing? They were tugging at me. Yes.
Wonderful bicuspids.
And he was very excited. And he said that he said that they couldn't figure it out. Barney's teeth came out and mine didn't. And I was really laughing. And I said that Bonnie had dentures and I didn't, and that's why his teeth would come out. And so then they asked me what were dentures. And I said that people,
Do you know what dentures are? No, then
as
why
they
should I
got
explain this?
older, washed their teeth. They had to go
How
to
would you know what
dentists to have
dentures
their
are?
teeth
I could then
extracted.
explain to you if you don't know
And
what dentures
they
are.
put in dentures.
No point.
Or a person, sometimes, Barney had to have dentures because he had a mouth injury of some sort, and he had to have his teeth extracted. All these things you ask me, I don't know. I'm a very limited person when trying to talk with you. But there are other people in this country who are not like me, that they would be most happy to talk with him, that they could answer all his questions. And
So she's the reason for all the
maybe
other
if he
abductions.
could
They've been
come
looking for the
back.
answer about
Yep.
the teeth.
if we
Blaine,
could
Betty, Hill.
make arrangements for a meeting, I could, if he gave me time enough, somehow I could find these people,
You mean Dennis?
and I could arrange
Map makers.
for him
Map makers?
to meet them, and it would have to be done so there'd be no danger involved.
Explain the wonders of false teeth.
Okay, I need to pause because I need to use the bathroom really quick.
Okay. Do we need to freeze just like this?
Yes, don't you move. Because when I get back...
No promises.
Okay, I'll be right back.
I'll do my best, but no promises.
Thank you. I fully expected both of you to be in the same position when I returned.
Oh, no. No. I'm relatively the same position.
All right, sorry. I'm on drink number 3, so it's running through me like a laser beam.
That'll do it.
It will. B is Bap. All right. Onward. Tally ho.
I wouldn't want him to be exposed to any danger. That I don't know how I could do it. I don't know how I'd work it out somehow. But if he could come, I want him to come back. I want him to. And he's just looking at me. And will you come back? Can we work out something? And then his questions would all have answers, and other people could get all the things I'd like to know too. And he says, I don't know. It's not my decision to make. So I said, well, could you discuss it with the person who does have the decision to make? And he said, yes. And I said, well, if you do decide to come back, I mean, if it can be worked out, I would need time. It would take some time. I mean, I just couldn't go out on the spur of the moment and round up people to meet with you. It would have to be people that we knew would be all right and would have the background and all. And And I wouldn't even know where to meet him. Or and he said, don't worry. If we decide to come back,
I know where you live.
we'll be able to find you all right. But I said, but I don't live around here. I don't live in this area. And he said,
Neither do we.
we'll find you. And I said, how?
We know where you live.
How will you find me? Out of millions of people. And he said, we will. We always do find those we want to. And I said, well, now what do you mean by that remark? And he just laughed.
So
And
they
then
mean to be as ambiguous and creepy as possible.
Yeah,
Bonnie's
they
coming.
did it.
They're bringing Bonnie out of... I hear the men out in the corridor. And I said, Bonnie's coming. And he said, yes, you can go back to the car now. And I got the book. And Bonnie's coming out. And Bonnie's eyes are still shut. Good heavens. He's missed an awful lot. I wonder if they made him keep his eyes shut or if he's scared. And so, now it's time to go back to the car, and the leader said, come on, we'll walk back to the car with you.
Yeah.
I said, all right. I said, but I wish I knew if you were going to come back. And he said, well, we'll see. And we're out into the corridor.
They're doing everything they
Bonnie's
can to get rid
behind
of
me.
him.
There's a
We got
man
what
on
we
each
need.
side of him.
They get their foot up. They're
And-
pushing her out the door.
I'm all ready to go down the ramp when some of the other men, not the leader, but some of the other men are talking. I don't know what they say, but they're very excited. And the leader is saying, he's saying something. They're quite, they're undecided about something.
But klaxon.
And then, the leader comes over and takes my book.
But you can't have that. Did Dave give this to you?
And I said,
Not Dave's,
well,
it's
I'm
mine.
furious.
You can't have this.
I said, you promised me I could have the book.
But you promised, Bob.
You gave me your word I could have it. And he said, I know it. He said, but the others object. They don't want you to have it. And I said, but this is my proof. If you take
Steve
the book
said
away
no.
from me, I'll have no proof that this has happened. And he said, that's the whole point. They don't want you to know it's happened. They want you to forget all about it. And that's why I'm taking the book.
I mean, me and Dave, we
I
want
won't
to
forget about it.
Steve said
You
no.
can take the
He's
book,
about-
but you never can make me forget about it.
But klaxon
Because
said
I
no.
remember it's the last thing I ever do.
Klaxor denies your request. Bibbidi bop. Skibbidi bibbidi bop.
But I want the book. He won't give it to me. And he says, he laughs. He said, maybe you will remember. I don't know. I hope you do. But maybe you will. But it won't do you any good if you do. Because Bonnie won't. Bonnie won't remember one single thing. And not only that, if he should remember anything at all, he's going to remember it differently from you.
Mm-hmm.
And all you got to do is get each other so confused you won't know what's going on.
You won't even know.
If you do remember, It'd be better if you forgot it anyway. And I said, why? But you're trying to threaten me? Because you can't scare me. Because I won't forget it. I'll remember it somehow. So then he said, all right, now, come on, let's go back to the car. We'll take you back to the car. And, I've been standing there on the side of the ramp talking to him. And I'm not so mad now.
Just can't take a hint.
And they've taken Barney ahead while we were talking.
Okay, we're closing the ramp now. Thank you.
So the other men are going ahead.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over
And
the
he
head,
said,
Alex.
he said, I had no objections to you having the book, but the others object.
God, this lady in this
And
book
they have as much
won't let it
right
go.
It's not like it's the
to
Gutenberg Bible
make
or
this
anything.
decision as I do. So I said, all right, I won't be mad at you. But it is the most, I wish I could be able to have some proof of this. Because it's the most unbelievable thing that's ever happened.
Dun dun dun.
Ba-ba-ba.
You know, Dave's back there talking to Steve. He's like, "No, Steve, I told her she can't have the book." He's like, "What'd you tell? Did you tell her why?" He's like, "Well, yeah, I told her you wouldn't let her." He's like, "Oh, great! So now everybody is gonna think Steve the alien's the jerk.
Steve's the
I'm
jerk.
just following protocol. Everybody's gonna think Steve's the jerk." But that's what you left humanity with, Dave. Way to go! Get in the ship.
Get in the damn ship, Steve.
Get in the ship. What a waste.
Don't
of
even
time.
look back, Steve. Now
Stop looking. She'll just come back.
Now I gotta go wipe her memory, Steve. Thanks, Steve.
Way to go. We're way over budget.
3 weeks behind our production. No one's gonna believe that
Manager's
we
gonna
met
have my
humans. No one will believe we met humans. I'll be.
Got her greasy fingerprints all over my book.
She stinks. She smells like ozone. Anyway, Steve. Thanks, Steve. Steve and Claxor. I swear.
So her account was much more detailed. I don't think we had the full session with
Yes.
Barney.
No,
But-
there's extended sessions with both of them.
Yeah.
There was some stuff cut out of hers and what we listened to here
Yeah.
Yep.
because it's long.
These were the ones that I could get that weren't
Yeah.
copyrighted.
Right.
Yes.
So, I mean, it might actually throw a flag or two when it comes to uploading to YouTube, because we did just listen to a 40-minute video. Well, 40-minute audio clip.
Yeah.
But the age of the audio clip, it should be just fine.
Yeah.
But Barney's regression is just as long, if not longer, than Betty's.
Right.
Mhm.
And Barney has a really, really powerful emotional reaction to what happened to him.
Right.
Because if you look at it, like, Betty's experience was kind of tame. She had one little reaction to a naval incident. Whereas,
Naval incident.
yeah, Betty's was the tame part of the experience.
Yeah, even the short clip of Barney's seemed to be mostly trauma,
So
more than anything else.
it feels like
A lot of terror.
Yeah, so like I've listened to all of the clips from both sides of the story, and it seems like all the nice people were in Betty's room, and
Yeah,
the people that got off on pain were in Barney's room.
gotcha.
But I had a hard time finding the clips that weren't just chock full of junk, interjections
you-
with other people. But
Have you read or listened to anything that Dolores Cannon has produced?
I want to.
No.
I want to say yes.
But you haven't?
I can't say off the top of my head right now.
So Dolores Cannon is a regression hypnosis. She started a thing called quantum healing hypnosis technique. And she began regressing people. And then at some point, people would tell her, hey, I'm missing time and I'd like to understand what happened. Or there was some weird thing that happened and I'd like you to regress me and see what happened. And suddenly she found herself as an amateur UFO researcher because of it.
Right.
And she has passed on now, but she's written quite a lot of stuff. If you go look at her on Amazon, just go look at Dolores Cannon. There's a lot. There are a lot of books.
I mean, aren't we all just amateur
Everything.
alien researchers?
Right.
I mean, except for ancient astronaut theorists who apparently are some sort of professional, since you can just quote ancient astronaut theorists believe, and then all of a sudden that validates whatever it is that you're saying,
Right.
as fact.
That's me.
But she's written all these books, and if you think about all the regression she's done as research, she came to an opinion that I think that it was real, and that's kind of how it was, and that we're all part of it, I guess, is maybe what she came to. But if you just look at it as research, it's really fascinating. All these things people have told her while in hypnosis. And it's probably a huge multi-month rabbit hole to go down.
Yeah.
I don't know how many books she has, probably 30.
Dolores Cannon, you say?
Cannon, yep. Dolores Cannon.
Earth is a petri bubble and we're the mold on it. And the aliens
That's her.
are the probe needle. Swabbing for samples.
Many, many books.
Many books.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I've heard several of these at length as Paul listens to them on audio in the kitchen while we're cooking. Some of them are pretty good, even.
Yeah.
I will.
Some of them are really interesting, and they've made me think about physics and quantum theory and other weird physics theories in a way that I have not before. And she's certainly not trained in that. And most of these people that have told her stuff are not physicists, like by training.
Yeah.
But it's just wildly fascinating.
So give me a recommendation for a book that kind of relates to what we talk about. And,
Hold on.
And I will read it.
Let me look real fast. Let me just pull up what you're looking at.
Yeah.
So one of the things that came up a lot while you're looking, when Paul was listening to these that I would overhear, is them talking about how they travel between places.
Yeah.
And a lot of them talked about how it wasn't really necessarily a planet or a place, but a different plane.
Yeah.
And they basically phase shifted in. So there wasn't really a distance to cover.
Yeah.
It was more like a frequency to change, which is kind of like what came up in our South Africa episode in the way that they were experiencing the UFO, right? Like everybody was sort of seeing the same thing, but slightly different. And then all the people moved around strangely as they were watching them.
Yeah.
And the whole incident was only like, a minute or so. Like once they actually approached it, it was only a minute or so, but all of them remarked on how it felt like it was much longer.
Yeah.
And time was stretched out and it was all weird, almost like it was an accident, like they phased in there on accident. Everybody got caught up in the bubble.
Yeah.
And people saw different versions of the same thing, but they were all in a crowd looking at the same happening. And the Dolores Cannon stuff reminded me of that. A lot of the stuff people would talk about how they're making the journey and how they're going up here in the first place. They don't talk about engines and things like that. They talk about, a technology of thought and of intention and, basically changing the dial
Right.
of the frequency.
So there's probably, if you want to talk about past life regression, just in general, the first book she wrote, which was not the first book published, was 5 Lives Remembered. If you want to talk about this alien stuff and how she started getting into that, probably I would read or listen to Keepers of the Garden and then Convoluted Universe book 1, 2, and 3.
Just a little light reading.
Right. I will see what I can get my hands on.
Just 5 books.
That's 4.
4.
No, that's
5
5,
books.
right?
Yeah.
Just 5 books. I can.
I don't think I've read everything she's ever produced, but
Well, there's only like 40 or 50 books. How
Yeah.
could you? How could you?
Yeah,
not
there's
fit them
book-
all?
All right.
I read pretty fast. But
Me too. That's still a.
Keepers of the Garden is kind of interesting. Let me read.
She's
what
a
it-
voluminous writer. That's a lot of books.
Here's the synopsis. A young man wanting to explore past life regression discovers that this is his first lifetime on Earth. All other existences were on alien worlds and in other dimensions. As this unique case is explored further, he finds out that his association with extraterrestrials did not cease with those other 2 lives. The interaction with UFOs and aliens has continued during all his present life, although the information was protectively hidden by his subconscious. This strange case reveals the motives behind present-day involvement between UFOs and humans and the hopes and expectations of our creators for their garden.
Interesting.
It's a fascinating idea.
Okay, so
Whether it's true or not, who knows, but it's a fascinating idea.
I will get my hands on. So, like, I see
That's Keepers of the Garden.
Convoluted Universe book 1 is only $10 on Kindle store, which I have that. I can do. I think I've got like $13 or $14 in my Google Play account, so I can do that. I will check that one out. I'll start with that one. Let's see where it goes.
Probably some of these are on Spotify too. You just get your 15 hours of listening per month
Yeah.
with your Spotify subscription.
Yes. We are not sponsored by Spotify, but we are interested.
But we are open to it.
Approach us.
We do use it a lot. So,
Yes.
that's that.
But before we get too crazy off track, I want to ask you, Paul, did that regression sound normal to you?
Yes, especially for the time. Because I think that regression was done in 62, 63, or 64. I don't remember.
Yeah.
And it was done by as I recall, a psychiatrist, which is a medical doctor with psychiatry training. And they were at that point almost the only ones doing. They were the only ones doing any legitimate hypnosis.
Right.
And that's exactly how they would use it at the time. Those in PhD psychologists, to regress you to a time you couldn't remember, a time that your subconscious was masking something for you that you couldn't remember, that was traumatic, so they would work through this trauma with you. Much like I learned to do in the seminary program of guided meditation, taking a person back to a time when their now deceased loved one was there, present, and they could see them and talk to them and that sort of thing. This whole past life regression came about much, much later. Probably Dolores Cannon and her husband worked on that sort of thing quite a lot, as did Dr. Michael Newton. And he wrote a book, Journey of Souls, very interesting. He was a PhD psychologist and would use regression, and he just found people suddenly in past, in what are known as past lives. And
Yeah.
that was really looked down upon in the professions. It is, some kind of parlor trick or game or something, and they just wouldn't really get into it. But he was just experiencing it so much, he began doing it and then wrote a very fascinating book about it.
Okay.
Several fascinating.
So let's wrap this up in a tiny little bow. I do have a couple small paragraphs I want to read. the last little bit of the research. So, it's about the investigation, publicity, and legacy. The Hills case drew attention from UFO researchers, the media, and general public, becoming one of the most well-documented alien abduction stories in history. However, it also attracted skepticism. Some critics argue that the Hills experience was simply the result of sleep deprivation and the stress of their long road trip. Others suggested that Betty's dreams played a significant role in shaping the couple's memories, with Barney unconsciously adopting elements of her dreams during the hypnosis session. Dr. Simon himself believed that the abduction memories were not actual events, but rather a psychological manifestation of the couple's stress, particularly given the status of an interracial couple during a period of significant social tension in America. He suggested that the memories of alien abduction were a kind of fantasy born out of Betty's dreams and Barney's anxiety, though he never discounted the possibility that they experienced something extraordinary. Despite the skepticism, the Hills story became a pivotal moment of UFO histories and lore. Their case was first widely reported alien abduction and introduced many elements that would become staples of subsequent alien abduction reports: missing time, medical examinations by non-human entities, and hypnotic regression revealing repressed memories. In 1966, John G. Fuller published a book entitled The Interrupted Journey, which chronicled the Hills' experience in detail and brought their story to an even wider audience. The case was also dramatized in the 1975 television movie, The UFO Incident, starring James Earl Jones, Estelle Parsons, and as Barney and Betty, further cementing the Hills' place in UFO history. To this day, the case of Betty and Barney Hill remains one of the most famous and controversial UFO encounters ever reported. While some investigators continue to believe that the Hills were genuine victims of alien abductions, others maintain that the case can be explained by psychological factors, misinterpretations of natural phenomena, or even cultural influences. The Hills story continues to endure as defining moments in both UFO research and popular culture, and it set the stage for the wave of abduction reports that would follow in the decades to come. So, in summary, Betty and Barney Hill's 1961 encounter is a complex and compelling narrative that blends elements of the psychological, the paranormal, and cultural. Whether viewed as truly extraterrestrial or as a product of psychological stress, the story has left an indelible mark on collective imagination in the study of UFO phenomena. Which brings us to our conclusion. What are we thinking?
I feel like it's pretty plausible. I mean, I hear all the things that the psychiatrist said, and it's kind of similar things to what I'm feeling, in that, you know, I think you've got a couple of possibilities. I think they could have been attacked on the road, and this is how they remember it. I think they could have been abducted by some sort of otherworldly beings, and this is what they're remembering. Or, I mean, they were up for like 20 hours, you know, although this is a weird way for sleep deprivation to express itself. Normally it expresses itself as falling asleep while driving and crashing.
Yeah.
And they didn't crash the car. So, and they managed to make it home and had this weird time that they missed. That's not usually how sleep deprivation manifests. So I think I'd rule out sleep deprivation, but I wouldn't rule out something traumatic happening to them on the road, given the time and their situation and that they were already afraid of it. But I don't know. I think it's credible. I think it's credible. I think it's unlikely that they both would have manifested the same overlay to cover up a traumatic experience that was not alien abduction. So I'm gonna give it a +1.
Bing bong. Paul.
I want to say something that I think will oversimplify it. And this is not what I think, but I think we cannot ignore this.
Okay.
By this story, The fact that they are a mixed race couple in 1961 is no longer the weirdest thing about it.
Right.
And it diverts attention from this glaring problem in American culture and society at the time, that they're just the poster children. So we're not very far beyond the Loving case, which made interracial marriage lawful. I don't remember what year that was, maybe 54. I don't remember. But I think it had already happened. But it was still within that era. So coming up with this story, let's say this is not true. Coming up with this story suddenly makes this the least. You know, the fact that they're a mixed race couple, that's no longer the interesting thing about. That's like a side salad to the main meal of, my God, they were abducted by aliens.
Right.
I see.
Right. So it kind of diverts attention from this thing. And I don't think we can ignore that possibility. And that's way oversimplifying the situation. I think racial problems in this country are and were very nuanced and very difficult for all sorts of reasons. I think something traumatic happened to them. I don't know if it was this. I don't know if the things I've heard people say when they've been in hypnosis are real. I just know that we hear an awful lot of stories like this from people that don't know one another, that have not met together, have not gotten their stories straight. Sometimes they remember these things with hypnosis, sometimes they remember them without. And boy, the stories are shockingly similar. It's the same thing with past life regression and hypnosis. Sometimes people say, oh, I can't be hypnotized. What I've come to realize is everyone can be hypnotized, whether they believe it or not. And almost everyone's mind, and by almost everyone I've ever seen, heard of, or experienced, you can regress them to something that you would consider a past life. Whether it's real or true or not, or the mind just goes there, I don't know. But I think that in this hypnosis, unless they had this pretty renowned physician on board with this story, which he says, hey, I don't think this is what happened. I think they had some other event. And there was stress. I don't know that stress is the answer, but I think some other traumatic event occurred. But what I do know is everyone's mind seems to go there, and I think that that's probably worth exploring and talking about and considering. And from my mind, from my lawyer brain, you know, I like evidence. What's the evidence? I do know that memories are imperfect. Memories can change. You can have three people that watch a relatively simplistic car wreck, for example, or they watch a man come in and rob the bank, and they all tell a shockingly different story.
Yeah.
Three eyewitnesses to the same event, close in time, when you're interviewing them later, will tell a shockingly different story. And so the point of that is memories are not great. And in fact, as a lawyer, I and many other lawyers say when people come to court to testify, we call it test a lie. And maybe it's not that they're intentionally being deceitful, but I just think that we probably, in the legal system, for example, rely way too much on testimonial evidence. And knowing how people's memories are and how ideas and how memories can change and how you remember things may not be quite how they were, may not be right. And then that's not even considering people with agendas. So it's just hard, right? I don't know what to think about this story. It's certainly fascinating. And it seems like they're the grandparents or great-grandparents of modern day abduction stories. Because all the abduction stories after them seem to be reasonably similar. And as you all pointed out, that's where the Greys came from, was pretty much probably this story. And then I have to ask, well, were the subsequent abduction stories similar because they are all hearing this and conforming to this story? Or is it similar because we've never been asking and recording these things people are saying? And now we're actually asking and looking, because if you don't think something's happening, you're not going to look for it. When you don't look for it, you don't see it. And now we're looking for it and we see it.
And I bet most people that we have interviews from, if you're like, oh, that's similar to Betty and Barney Hill, they'd be like, who now?
Right.
Because they've never heard this story. I knew of this story,
Right.
but I hadn't heard this story in this kind of detail until Victus brought it forward. So,
Right. But this has become such a, this whole idea has become such a cultural thing. I remember as a child, we were driving in very rural New Mexico, not far from Roswell. As a New Mexican, I would think we were far from Roswell, but everyone else everywhere in the world, oh, you were by Roswell. Yeah, sort of, we were. And we saw some weird light thing moving in the sky, and it was probably a plane. And then my grandparents told me about the time they saw something that went along the roadway, and it wasn't a plane. And they told me a bunch of stuff about it, and it didn't take them anywhere, and it didn't anything, but they followed it followed them for a long time. And I was like, was it a helicopter? Was it this? No, it wasn't any of that. And then it just sped off, like just fast, far away, fast, way up, and then was gone.
Yeah.
After some period of time. And I remember them telling me that. And I was fascinated with that as a child. So anytime we went anywhere, and it was night, of course, I'm looking out the window, wondering if we would get to see the light.
So I guess the thing that we base our checkout on stories, does it seem like fake story or a legitimate story?
So I think it's legitimate. I think what the story they're telling is legitimate. Now, whether it actually happened.
Right. Well, because we have some straight out fakes and bogus, made up stuff.
Yeah.
We have stories that are just flat out made up.
Right. So I don't think this is made up in that regard.
What was the weeping snot blob thing? The
squonk.
The squonk. Yeah, the squonk. Totally garbage, bogus.
The squonk is fake.
Tourist getting fake thing, but
we ought to apply this sort of test and then start going and looking at all these religious claims.
So we have
weeping statues, Ganesh that drinks milk, all sorts of things.
Rich has a basic metric.
We have the standard. We look at something and then we say, who's making money off of this? That's
right.
That's the crux of every story. So let's directly apply it to this, Betty and Barney Hill. Who's making money off of this?
No one, I don't think.
So
she continued to work as a social worker. He continued to work for the United States Mail until he died.
Yeah.
Not honestly super long after this.
Barney Hill, after the few years of hypnosis and dealing with that, he wanted nothing to do with this.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now I will say, in the spirit of transparency, Betty Hill did go on to say that she kept in contact with these extraterrestrials almost until her death.
Right.
And
I'm not sure she made money from it. She may have made some speaking money to come and speak to a play. But money's not the only thing you get for telling a story like this. You are elevated in society, and as a white woman marrying a black man, at that time in society, I suspect her position in society, her esteem in society was not great. And at that time, women couldn't even borrow money or open a bank account without their husband's permission. It just didn't happen. So she already had not much status. Marrying a black man, she had less status. And this gave her status, whether she got money or not. So, maybe she made this up. But I just don't know.
So I will.
Okay, what about you, Victus?
All right. So I think this happened, and I am always the guy that wants to believe that all of the fun stuff happened. However, there are social implications in play. And as much as I hate to admit it, just like Paul said, maybe she convinced Barney to, go along with the story. Maybe this can, bring us out of this social, funk that we're in. We won't be like the pariah. Maybe somebody will look at us and think, oh, they did something fantastical happen to them. However, I will say,
they're already in pretty good standing in their community.
Yeah.
They were considered pretty upstanding and social citizens in their community.
Yeah.
They weren't like, I mean, I don't know what that translates to now, like if we look back on it, but
right.
they weren't,
However, it is awfully strange that in a regression, they both have the same story.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I don't see that happening by accident.
Right.
But let me play devil's advocate. It hasn't happened since. Is this our one-off?
What do you mean it hasn't happened since?
With
them?
Like we've never had another case of a couple disappearing, lost time.
Oh, you mean because it's usually individuals?
Right.
I think there have been. It's just not as well publicized, and there are a lot of people who claim that they've been abducted, and this whole phenomenon. And sometimes it is couples or even whole families, but they're really not public. The interesting thing about Betty and Barney Hill were that they
told somebody.
They told people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they talked about it. And there have been some others, though it is usually just individuals.
Well, I said it before. If I got, abducted on the way home and you were at home and I was missing for 3 hours, you would know about it. Like, you would know that I was missing for 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And if I showed up at home and was like, this is what happened, I am certainly not calling the newspaper. I'm just telling you, I'm not calling the newspaper.
Right.
I'm going to tell you, Victus, and I'm going to tell my husband, and I might tell my sister if I thought she wouldn't think I was too crazy.
And
but
the
I'm
next
not.
day, I'd be like, that's just amazing. Let's go see the therapist.
True enough.
But then there's a little piece of me that
hence why I would not tell anybody.
But
like, I'm not calling the newspaper. I'm not telling people I got abducted by aliens. That's not my lead in at parties. I'm just not. So I'm always surprised that other people do. And then they're surprised that people give them a hard time about it. I'm like, no, absolutely. Everybody's going to call you crazy.
I met this crazy lady once that one of my friends was dating. Hey, Randy, if you're watching this.
Name drop. Wow.
She comes to my house and she says, I'm a Russian vampire. And I was like, oh, that's wonderful.
That's so interesting.
I was like, how'd you get to Denver? Before the Soviet Union fell. I'm like,
Right.
Weird.
But
so, sometimes when you lead off with weird stuff at parties, like, I'm a Russian vampire. I was abducted by aliens. People are like, that's wonderful.
there's no way you could be a vampire. But tell me about the aliens.
I know, right? Like, if somebody came and told me that, I'd be like, that is fascinating. I probably need to hear that story, but I have to go talk to someone, and I'm like getting away from them. And I'm usually have a lot of patience and want to hear people's stories.
Let me just say, it seems like an awfully perfect couple to be abducted by aliens because
Doesn't it,
nobody
though?
would believe them.
Right.
Yeah, there's also that.
Right, and that's the other thing. I mean, and what is it? Like, if I was abducted by an alien, I Googled when we were first starting, if there was an alien abduction here in Arkansas. Well, turns out there's a man who is a lawyer by training, worked for the Attorney General of the United States in the territory of Samoa from Missouri, and was supposedly abducted at Devil's Den here south of Fayetteville.
Ooh, I've been there.
Yeah, me too. His name's Terry Lovelace.
Wait,
so
do I know that? I know him?
I don't know. I tried to figure out if I knew him, and I don't, but he's got a book, and I'm like, oh, I better read this, right? So I was like, we need to get an abduction person to come to the studio
Yeah.
and interview with us. but he's not here. He looks like he lives in Dallas.
Oh,
But he's written a book. He wrote a book about it.
that would be
And-
an interesting person to interview.
Right. And that's interesting because the thing about that is, you know, if you're a lawyer, a banker, or a physician, or someone, you know, with some sort of a professional license, and you suddenly look like you've gone off the reservation and you're over here talking about alien abductions, I mean, you might as well be telling people, I'm going to go join the circus.
Yeah.
So it seems like, you know, everyone who claims they've been alien abducted are the same ones that seem to get on the news right after a tornado's hit somewhere.
Right.
Talking about, you know, how it took all the trailers out. And I don't know. Do people in professions with licenses and who are more ensconced in the community, they're not abducted or they don't talk about it, or maybe it's a whole psychological drama phenomena that they don't have a need to have that drama.
Yeah.
The people who are poor and with one tooth and, you know, that sort of thing.
If you
I
were
just
missing
don't know.
for 3 hours and your explanation when you came home was, I was abducted by aliens, I would need some details, but I would believe that. Only because you've never said anything wild in your life that wasn't, you know, something, you know, a story somebody told you or something like that.
Right.
But you about yourself,
Right.
I've never heard you say anything that I was just like, I don't know if I believe that. Like, that's not,
Right.
that's not your, those aren't the stories that you tell. Like, there'll be stuff that you tell about other people. I'm like, for real? And you're like, I mean, that's what they sat in their office and told me. I have what they told me. You know,
So I'm like, listen, I'm not advocating for the truthfulness of it.
Right,
but I'm
right,
telling you
right.
what they've told me.
but so that's why I say, if you came home and you were missing 3 hours, you're like, well, so I think I was abducted by aliens. I'd be like, I think you're gonna have to tell me a little more than that. I believe you, but you're gonna have to tell me the rest of it. That's not enough.
And you know, I don't know. I guess you can just keep talking about this, but I don't know what to think about them. Victus, I'm kind of with you. I think maybe it's real and something happened, but I just don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to say it happened. And I want to believe it's an alien abduction case. However, it was the first. Do we always believe the first?
Right.
And, you know, historically and canonically speaking, no, we don't. But
Usually not.
But usually the first is the first. You know,
Right.
Go read Keepers of the Garden and some of that other Dolores Cannon stuff. I didn't, you know, become a devotee of it, but boy, it sure made me think differently about things. I didn't know what I thought about the, you know, Betty and Barney Hill thing prior to that, and after reading the Dolores Cannon stuff, especially beginning with Garden, I thought much better. I thought much more
now
about story.
I will say that Betty Hill did go on up until like 2 years before she passed to speak at UFO conventions about her case.
Right.
She didn't
Right.
necessarily make tons of money off of it. No, sure,
Right.
she made a little bit of money, but I feel like it was more about getting her story out.
Right.
It wasn't
And
necessarily,
she lived,
you know,
right, and she lived a long time. I mean, she died at 84. She was 84 when she died.
she did not go
And-
on and write a dozen books. She did not,
Nope.
you know, she would give an interview to whoever asked. She was kind enough to give interviews to whoever asked, but she would not go out, you know, they made a movie in the 70s about it. Sure. James Earl Jones was in it. Sure. But you know what?
Yep.
I bet they
Did
didn't
not-
make a ton of money off of it.
Did not quit her social work job.
And
Continued to work.
and that's why I feel like, you know, when it comes to cases like this, we follow who made the money off of it. And I don't
Right.
feel like they really made, like, they didn't leave this world in a mansion.
No.
Mm-mm.
I would almost be willing to wager they were still living in the same house when this happened as when they passed.
Probably.
So I'm going to say,
Yeah, I'm almost certain.
yeah,
Because he
Because
didn't
he
live that
Died
longer.
within 4, 5, 6 years, a decade at the most.
so I'm going to say that this really happened. So we got a winner.
I think we got a winner.
We got a winner.
Yeah.
Winner with a chicken dinner. And I feel good about this. This was good research. It was good conversation. And look at Paul fighting his podcast legs, getting engaged in the conversation. Go, go, go! Dude, don't suppress that smile over there. You did good.
Did I?
You did. I'm glad to have you on, Paul. I really am.
I'm glad to be here. Barney Hill died just 8 years later. He was only 46.
Okay.
All them UFO rays.
All the
Yeah, the UFO
happened
rays got him.
all those
I don't know
genital
what-
exams.
Yes, the extensive genital exams got him by the aliens.
Well, I don't know.
Oh,
Well, that's what he claimed.
it's got
And if you read the Keepers of the Garden thing, I think the whole generalized theory of all that with Dolores Cannon is this is basically a gigantic terrarium or garden. And this is just a big experiment.
So you're not looking for an anomaly in the matrix. We're looking for a crack in the petri jar,
Right.
crack in the petri dish.
Right. And something that stories like this do make me think is everything we've thought was true in the past in terms of science or archaeology or all these sorts of things. Any of these disciplines that think they know it all, including my favorite discipline, religion, we don't know it all. And things may not be as they appear. We didn't think, for example, humans were here in this continent until relatively recently. It turns out, in White Sands, New Mexico, they have human footprints that are, I don't even remember, 14,000 years old or something.
I think they said some as old as 16 and 17,000 years.
Yeah, that's
Human footprint.
That's into the last ice age.
Yeah.
human
and it's
footprints tracking dinosaurs. With,
Right,
With
and that-
baby dinosaurs.
Right. And then, so, these things that just doesn't, what we thought were true or what you learned in archaeology in school just may not bear out. And the fact is that we completely developed in some evolutionary way is probably only part of the story. And so what's the story? Are we some kind of an alien creation? Because when you hear these stories, you have to start asking these questions.
Yeah.
Now, some of that may sound ridiculous, but I think you can't not ask the question.
Right.
Of course, as was my lawyer training, I'm like, ask the question. I want to ask a question. So I just, I don't know. I don't know what to think about it, but I think it opens up a world of questions. What does this mean? And I think that if we want to know, we're going to have to go beyond the conventional thinking. Because, just 150 years ago, we thought hair from a horse tail could turn to a worm.
Yeah.
And turns out it's not true.
And 50 years after
We also-
that, we thought we couldn't travel on a train because it would suck the air out and we'd die.
Right. And, it was just, it was crazy. It's just crazy things. The church, when it was the only church, excommunicated people who said the world was round. And that the earth was a sphere because everyone knew
You just slide right off the side.
it wasn't. And everyone knew that, the firmament of heaven and everything else rotated around the earth. And turns out it's just exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
So things you think are true are things that one discipline or the other says this is it. Turns out it's not it. Like you go to medical school today and you're going to hear probably half of what we're saying is not accurate. So you'll have to figure out which that is. It's not that they're being deceptive. It's just that it gives a tip of the hat to continued research and new understanding.
Right. It's showing proof for what we have evidence for.
Right.
And that's why we're here. We suss
That's
out
why
the
we're here.
evidence. We put our brain waves and our noodles to what really matters. UFOs and ghosts and cryptids. Yes. Yes. And giant puppies. So, closing thoughts. What say you, Aon?
Well, interesting food for thought. So we have lots of pictures and video and so on of people not getting abducted, taking video of UFOs. And then we have lots of people getting abducted and having no pictures or video or evidence of the abduction.
Because there's a sign in the UFO that says no photography allowed.
Right.
So
You better follow the signs.
So if you follow some of their theories, it's because, somehow they can interact with electronic devices, much like, the folks' car and radio going out. So I think the remedy for it is everyone will just have to, from now on, carry around a little micro gramophone recorder, mechanical gramophone recorder, little wind-up
The
thingy.
hand crank one.
Yeah, little hand crank one. And same with the video camera, but it's just a light-activated, like hand-cranked old school black and white camera. And that'll be the only way that we can get to the truth and see a real alien abduction. Or in the counter to that, you could just follow us
Beyond the shadows.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
It's alive! It's alive!
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows. It's alive! It's alive!
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Is this the last week before Halloween? Yes, this is our. So I guess this is going to be our Halloween episode.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. I am Victus.
And I'm Aon.
And I'm Paul.
And this is Beyond the Shadows podcast. We are your professional, quote unquote, professional paranormal investigators. We got some stuff for you tonight, but first I want to go over, it's our last week before Halloween, so this is our last week where we talk about the history of Halloween. We are very ill prepared. We've had a wonderful a wonderful start of the evening. So I'm just gonna rattle some factoids off from Wikipedia about Halloween, because that's what we're doing until spooky season's over with. So Halloween is thought to have influences from Christian beliefs and practices. The English word Halloween comes from All Hallows Eve, being the evening before the Christian holy days of All Hallows Day, All Saints Day on November 1st, and All Souls Day on November 2nd. Heavy Christian influences. I did not realize. In the 8th century, Pope Gregory III founded an oratory in St. Peter's for the relic of the holy apostles of all saints, martyrs, and confessors. Some say it was dedicated on November 1st. Wow, this has nothing to do with Halloween. Why am I reading it? By the end of the 12th century, the celebration had become known as the Holy Days of Obligation in Western Christianity, and involves such tradition as ringing church bells for souls in purgatory. So that's something I didn't know. It also has a customary for criers dressed in black to parade the streets, ringing bells of mournful sounds and calling on all good Christians to remember the poor souls. Could you imagine that? 12th century, a bunch of dudes walking through the streets in black robes, ringing bells.
Is that where the image of death comes from? In the black robes?
Probably not.
No? Okay. I mean, I know he's like the reaper of souls, right? He's got the
Right. Yeah, I actually
scythe and everything, but
I just saw a Reddit thread yesterday where a guy was like, "Why does the Grim Reaper carry a scythe when he can just touch somebody and kill him?" Well, he carries a scythe because he's the Reaper of souls.
right.
The Reaper.
The
It's-
harvest. Yeah,
yeah.
the reaper. Well, I mean, so I'm not surprised that what you pulled up comes up as heavily Christian influence, because
oh yeah,
part of how Catholicism spread, and Paul can jump in any time to correct me on any of this, but it was taking holidays from other traditions, other local
Yes.
religions, and incorporating them into their own, and therefore being like, see, you're already celebrating the thing that we're celebrating. You may as well just be Christian.
yeah.
I mean, I'm simplifying.
That's
but
what
is
we.
that pretty accurate, Paul?
The church for a long time, like forever, would try to incorporate local celebrations in, but I think it's probably the other way around. I think that this was a Christian holiday, and I think something was abutting up against the Christian holiday, or others were celebrating. I think initially it wouldn't shock me that, the people walking around in the black robes were the first Halloween costumes, the first costumes people wore from All Hallows Eve, right? And that just means the eve of it. And in the Christian world, the Catholic world, if you go to, let's say you go to Mass on Saturday night, Sunday is a holy day of obligation, but the Saturday night Mass counts for your Sunday obligation. The eve of the holiday counts for the celebration. If you go to, like, that's why people go to midnight Mass on Christmas, for example.
Right.
Or the Christmas Eve Mass.
Okay.
So I think this was a Christian holiday that's kind of gotten, especially in America, super commercialized.
Yeah, I call it
'Cause-
Americanizing.
Right, because who doesn't want to make a lot of money selling Halloween costumes?
Right.
I mean, good.
So is that how witches and warlocks got worked into All Hallows Eve? Because it was about
Prob-
souls?
No.
But why
I think just people started trying to work the supernatural into all kinds of stuff.
Well, yeah, because like early in the forming of the country, there was that huge spiritual movement. Everybody wanted everything to do with spooky and ghosts and spirits. And it was around the
there's a lot.
20s that the Halloween holiday really came to being. Because like up before that, it really wasn't a costume holiday like it is today.
Right. But they carved pumpkins and things like that going even further back.
Right. Yeah, we talked about that a couple weeks ago. The turnip lantern.
That's right. The turnip lantern. Yeah, the turnup lantern. Yeah. Turn up. Yeah, they were in the Norse version of the holiday. They carve turnips instead of pumpkins.
Yeah.
And there's even right. I was like, who is turnip?
Like they're
Who would've
small,
been like
right?
turnip?
They're like this big.
Yeah. Right. And they put
Generous.
candles in them and use them as a lantern. And
Wow, that's weird.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so
That was a tiny candle.
So
Right.
It goes back to a guy who tricked the devil into collecting his soul like 4 or 5 times, and his name was Jack. And when he finally died, instead of the devil collecting his soul, the devil condemned him to purgatory to roam Earth. And every Halloween he would manifest himself as a jack-o'-lantern, and that's why they call them jack-o'-lanterns.
yeah, it was the devil gave him a carved turnip to light his way,
Yes.
wandering the earth. Weird, right?
I've never even heard that. which is
Really?
shocking. Right.
That's why they call it a jack-o'-lantern, not like a David-o'-lantern or something.
A bob-o'-lantern.
Jonathan-o'-lantern.
Well, so it's funny because Rich plays a game that's all about Norse mythology, and on Halloween they have a special item that you can get that's a turnip lantern also.
Yep.
As part of it.
Whoever that guy is. Anyway.
Oh, damn.
It's fine. I'll bleep it.
Okay.
It's good. So, this week we are talking about the crown jewel of alien abduction. I know we just covered an alien abduction case a couple weeks ago, but we have a professional in the studio this evening that's going to shed some serious light on this entire situation. So tonight we are talking about Betty and Barney Hill. This is the first recorded incident of alien abduction, and the reason it was taken so seriously at the time was because they did regression hypnosis. And I'm going to give it, I want to say a trigger warning for anybody listening. Well, if you're watching, it's going to be the same. We don't have video, but we have audio of the original regression hypnosis therapy sessions, and they are intense. So if you do not like people being severely emotionally reacting to something that they had trauma to, do not listen to this episode, because it is going to be full of it. We have 2 very long audio clips that if you're somebody easily triggered, this is probably going to trigger you. And I'm sorry. I know we don't have a lot of returning listeners, but the audio for these regression hypnosis sessions are intense. These people did go through something traumatic, I do believe. And, I think Paul can tell us a little more about it, but when you do the regression hypnosis, the emotions seem more pure. They're unfiltered. So these sessions are really, really intense. And there's going to be some language. There's going to be, no, I don't think there's language. But I cannot stress how strong these emotional reactions are in these hypnosis sessions. So be prepared. Trigger warning. Yep. If you're not comfortable with it, maybe this isn't the episode for you, but I feel like this is the nice cherry on top for the spooky season, something to make you lose a little bit of sleep tonight. So you have been warned.
You want to tell us a little bit about your experience with past life regression, Paul?
So I've heard these recordings before, and it's clear in the recording it's these people appear to be reliving something or in some way processing a lot of trauma, and it sounds pretty rough in some of it.
Yeah.
And they appear to be very frightened. It sounds like they're very frightened, so that's going to trouble you. This is probably not the thing.
I meant your experience in general with past life regression.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
So what do you say? How I started doing it, or what?
So
anything you might want to share.
So Paul is our in resident. What is it that you do exactly? Tell us exactly what it is that you do with the hypnosis.
So I started in seminary learning. I learned to do guided meditation to help people with grief, and you would regress them to a time their loved one was alive, and they could see their loved one in this guided meditation and talk to them, and some people found it very transformational. So in the last few years, when I did it, I did what I've always done, and suddenly I found that during the regression, they were in some place in some time that was not now.
Right.
They were, in the caveman days.
So thousands of years ago?
Well, maybe, or
hundreds.
In some covered wagon, or some other place that was hard to understand. It just was not here and now. So I thought, I just don't really know what I'm doing. So I went to a program that was started by Dolores Cannon, who's now passed away. And she taught other people how to do this regression. She was doing quite a lot of regression. And she taught others to do regression. So I went to her level 1 and level 2 quantum healing hypnosis technique. And the idea in that technique is you hypnotize someone and you can regress them to a so-called past life.
Right.
And I say that because I don't know what it really is. I can probably tell a lot of stories about it, but all I know is pretty much everyone can be hypnotized, whether they think they can or not. And almost everyone's mind goes there. And by almost everyone's mind, I mean everyone.
Mm-hmm.
You go to some other place, and where that comes from and what it is, I don't know. Mostly it's things, and you can never really substantiate it. You don't get enough information, or it was so long ago, or the truth is everyone can't be Cleopatra in a past life.
Right? Yeah. That was the famous one. That was the famous one.
Right. I was Cleopatra in my past life. You know, everyone's like, so
You and 10 other dudes.
Yeah, right. You, other dudes, so.
You and 10 other dudes that like to wear eyeshadow.
Quit channeling your inner desire and just be who you want to be, dude.
Just put the
live your
eyeshadow
life.
on. You don't have to say all that. So I just didn't. You know, I don't know if it's real, but think about that. You most people, if it is real and you really are going to some past life, the idea is that, or the fact of humanity is, most of us, if we lived past lives, we were pretty much poor dirt farmers.
Right.
And there's, you know, everyone couldn't be the king or the queen or whatever all the time. So you're gonna, you know, 20, 30 years after you died, you know, 400 years ago, no one's going to know who you were.
Right.
No records.
It's going to be no record or very little record. And especially when you get closer to 1,000 years ago, there's just nothing. Unless you were some kind of royalty or something.
Right.
There's just nothing. So what I learned in the Dolores Cannon program, the quantum healing hypnosis technique, is I think Dolores Cannon was doing this, and she weirdly began investigating UFO abduction, you know, supposedly UAP abduction.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember how she started it, but it became kind of a big thing. And in fact, they began hosting the UFO conference in Eureka Springs, Arkansas quite a number of years ago, and now it's an annual thing.
Mm-hmm.
And she started that.
Yeah, I think she started
Oh, cool.
it. It was really, yeah, she was really instrumental in it. So I've heard about this couple we're going to talk about today. I've heard probably all of these recordings of the hypnosis, and I've heard about others, and I've had some experience with others. And sometimes when you regress people, assuming that's true, and let's just for the sake of this discussion say, yes, there's past lives and you can regress to them. They regress to this, and sometimes they regress to a very difficult moment in that life, and
right.
It's not an uncommon situation that they'll regress to a day of a lot of pain.
Right.
And sometimes it's a little scary. You'll be all nice going along and regressing them, and you know, say you use the thing I call the cloud method. They're floating along the cloud, just back and back and back, and finally they're there.
Yeah.
And you know, they're drifting off the cloud to the place that they're, you know, that's been chosen for them, that their subconscious wants them to see. And you know, they float down to the ground, and suddenly they're screaming.
Oh, jeez.
And it, you know, you've just had a very calm thing, and as the hypnotist, you know, you're really pretty calm yourself and speaking calm, and you're moderating your voice and doing all this thing, and suddenly here's this person in front of you in some sort of a trance screaming.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's a little bit frightening. Sometimes the things you hear are a little bit frightening. And so I suppose that's the point of you know, what I was saying and talking about how difficult sometimes it is when you regress people. The fact is, if there are past lives, we've all died. And death is usually not very clean and not very comfortable.
Right.
And so one of the things about the quantum healing hypnosis technique is they'll regress you to a past life and take you through the death of that life. And you do 2 or 3 of them per session usually.
Okay. I want to say, for the spirit of conversation, that I subscribe to a really strange school of thought. It's called egg theory.
Shocker.
Yeah, right? I do something strange. Weird, right?
Weird, right?
So I subscribe to the school of thought of egg theory. And for those of you that don't want to listen to my long drawn out idea of what this is, I'm not plugging this dude. He's not a sponsor or anything, but the rapper Logic, I forget which album it is, but there's a song on one of his albums called Waypoint, where a guy dies and he meets God, and in the audio track, God is Neil deGrasse Tyson, which is great because I love Neil deGrasse Tyson. And Neil deGrasse Tyson explains to him that everybody on Earth is him, that when you die, you become reborn. And, I follow the school of thought, reincarnation. I believe in this. It's been ingrained in me for years and years, and it's just wholeheartedly what I believe. There's nothing's going to change my mind. But everybody on Earth has been me at some point or another. I have been both of you. I will be both of you. I'll be everybody listening. Let's say I get gunned down tomorrow. I'm the person that dies and the person that kills me at some point in time or another. I become reincarnated in every person so I can become a more enlightened person. And
so as though reincarnation is non-linear.
Yeah, it's, I might reincarnate next time as a woman in medieval times, or I might reincarnate in 50 years as a Martin Luther King Jr. Who knows? That's what I believe. So I love past life regression because I feel like it's hints of who we were before, and it threads into what I believe when it comes to egg theory. So yeah, go check out that Logic track. Also, just listen to Logic. Dude's great.
He gets referenced a lot.
He does. I really like Logic. I listen to Logic a lot. He's from he's from just north of me, like 2 hours away from me. But yeah, so this is why Paul and I get along, because I believe in this reincarnation thing so much, and he's so into this past life regression that we are very close to the same level. But I'm very happy to have this episode tonight.
It's funny because I didn't think about if I believed in it or not. I just didn't. I didn't think much about it. In my church training, we don't. It's just not discussed. It's not a doctrine that's taught in the Christian church generally.
Right.
So I just had. It didn't bother me. I didn't have to pretend not to believe in it or anything. I didn't think about it one way or another. But boy, this experience I've had with it, I still, that's why I say, gee, I don't know if it's real or not. Because what I do today, I'm a lawyer and I really like evidence. And I just don't have a lot of evidence about it, except I have a lot of anecdotal stories about all these people and all these, supposed past lives. That's why I just say, listen, I know everyone's mind goes there, and I know everyone can be hypnotized, whether they think they can or not.
There's a piece of me that wants to be hypnotized, but I've dealt with so much stuff in my life that I'm afraid I'm going to go straight back to the really traumatic stuff. And honestly, I've learned to deal with all that stuff, and I don't want to bring it back up. So...
the funny thing is I had a bunch of regression hypnosis as part of the training for this quantum healing hypnosis technique. And I was regressed to a bunch of different past lives. And I was never in any of those past lives that I recall anything about bitten by a snake. But now I've always been afraid of snakes, like an unreasonable fear of snakes.
Mm-hmm.
And after a series of regressions that I had that I didn't deal with snakes at all, it never came up. I'm just suddenly no longer afraid of them. Like, I'd rather not be bitten by one because,
Right.
it's not be comfortable. But it's crazy. I'm not afraid of them anymore. And I have no idea why. That's the only thing I can tell you that regression really did for me.
Huh. That's weird. So
I thought it was weird too.
yeah, usually you would think like the connecting thread would be maybe you were Cleopatra and you died from a snake bite.
All those others are.
If anyone was, if anyone was,
We got the real
Everyone
deal.
else I was the real deal.
I was Napoleon twice, so
All right, well, like I said, we're getting the Betty and Barney Hill tonight. We're going to start at the top of this. So these recordings that I got are kind of long. I would like to go through all of it. If we don't get through all of it, it's okay. Maybe we'll do like part 1 today if it stretches out a little far and pick back up later in the season. But I will say, didn't we agree that towards the end of the year we were going to start season 2?
yeah, we can. If this goes 2 episodes, then we'll make that second episode the end. If not, then this will be the end of this season, and we'll start
Yeah, we'll
with the next season.
So December, the end of December, we'll be doing season. January comes around, we'll do season 2. Will be the start. We started in the middle of the year, so we're doing pretty good. Are y'all ready to get into this? You ready to?
I'm ready. I have not heard any of these. The two of you have both heard.
Do you know the
heard
story?
I know some of the story. Yeah, I know it only because I've watched enough UFO documentaries that when they start talking timeline, while it's not, it's the first modern documentation of UFO abduction. You can find historical stuff that sounds a lot like it was probably UFO abduction, right? But it's the first modern era of Western history or Western civilization abduction that anybody made a lot of documentation about.
Yeah.
So it comes up a lot,
Right.
especially since it's around the same time that it's post-nuclear weapons. It's it's all that stuff. It's the beginning of the sort of infinite branching of experiences after. This is the sort of the start point.
This is the crux of alien abduction. This was the first
Yeah.
heavily reported case.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and pull up this picture. I have a picture of Betty and Barney Hill. This is a wonderful color. The original photograph was black and white, but this is colorized.
Gotcha.
I'm going to point out the elephant in the room, that this was in the 1960s, and this is a biracial couple.
And there were no elephants.
And there were
so
no,
it's a big deal.
And there were no elephants. Yes, they are a biracial couple. It's hard to tell in Barney Hill's audio that he is African American. It really is a moot point, but a lot of the contention with this story was like, oh, they're a biracial couple, so what they're saying can't be true anyway. I think after discussing this case, we're going to realize that race has absolutely nothing to do with this. These two people just came across something totally unique, and they were the first to deal with this. So,
I think the issue of the race here was an issue in that it colored how their story was taken seriously.
right.
Mm-hmm.
If it had been me, at my age in the 60s, the age I am now in the 60s, married to some, nice and acceptable woman that was also white, and we went and told this story, it probably would have had much, much more traction.
Right.
If we'd told this story in the way that they did, we would have had much, much more traction.
And I'll admit, maybe a year and a half ago, I had never heard of Betty and Barney Hill. And one of my favorite podcasts, This Paranormal Life, shout out, guys. Hey, y'all are awesome. It was their episode, these two, that got me interested in this, and I went down the rabbit hole. Because if you start Googling this stuff, this rabbit hole goes for days and days.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, in the case of Betty and Barney Hill, often referred to as The first widely publicized and thoroughly investigated alien abduction claim in the United States has fascinated UFO researchers and skeptics and the general public since it first came to light in the early 1960s. Betty and Barney Hill, they're based on their own testimony, supporting investigations and subsequent cultural impact on their story. So we're going to start with the incident. This started in September 19th through the 20th in 1961. Betty and Barney Hill were a married couple living in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And Betty was a social worker. Barney worked for the U.S. Postal Service. Both were active in the civil rights movement, with Barney serving on the local board of the U.S. Commission of Civil Rights. They were an interracial couple, uncommon at the time, but were well respected in their community. And on the night of September 19th, 1961, after taking a spontaneous trip to Niagara Falls in Montreal, the Hills were driving back home to New Hampshire along U.S. Route 3, and it was late in the night, around 10:30 p.m., when the couple first noticed something unusual in the sky. While driving through the rural area near Lancaster, New Hampshire, Betty spotted what she initially thought was a bright star or planet moving erratically in the sky. She pointed out to Barney, who was initially skeptical, suggesting that it was likely just an airplane or a satellite. However, as the light grew closer and brighter and seemed to be following their car, the couple became more intrigued and concerned. Betty, with an interest in astronomy, thought it might be a UFO, while Barney remained unconvinced but curious. So the point about her being interested in astronomy is going to play a major, major role later.
Yeah.
The couple pulled over at a rest stop to get a better look through the binoculars. Betty observed what appeared to be a spinning craft-like object with multicolored lights, moving in a manner that defied known aircraft capabilities. Barney, still skeptical, took the binoculars and saw what he later described as a pancake-shaped craft with rows of windows, through which he could see several humanoid figures. He claimed that the beings were observing them. This sight, coupled with the craft's eerie silence and its increasingly close proximity, frightened Barney, and he quickly urged Betty to get back in the car, so they drove away. This is where things start to get super interesting. As the Hills continues driving, they realize that the object was now directly overhead, blocking their path on the road. Barney stopped the car, grabbed a handgun he had brought with him, and stepped out to confront the craft. But when he approached the object, he was overcome with a feeling of paralysis and fear. Barney would later recall seeing a ramp descending from the craft and several beings moving towards him when he lost awareness of the situation. So, we did dip a little bit into some details here, but for the sake of the story, in a linear sense, how it happened was they were seeing this light, and the last thing that they remembered was the craft being above them.
Right. Okay.
And then the next thing they knew, how many hours later was it?
Yes. Let's see. In a panic, the Hills drove away at a high speed, but shortly thereafter began experiencing strange sensations and auditory phenomena, such as a series of buzzing and beeping sounds that seemed to come from the car's trunk. At some point, they entered what felt like an altered state of consciousness. They remembered a vague roadblock and encountering what they later believed to be alien beings, but had no clear memory. The Hills finally arrived at home around dawn. Several hours later than they expected for a trip of that length. They couldn't account for approximately 2 hours of the drive, and both of them felt inexplicably disoriented and distressed. Betty noticed that her dress was torn, and Barney found scuff marks on his shoes. They also found a puzzling pattern of shiny spots in the car's trunk, which caused a compass to behave erratically when brought near it. The couple was disturbed by these details, but initially didn't know what to make of the experience. So they left Niagara Falls at 10:30.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't have it in my research here, but I have researched it before. They took like a weird back road. It was a dirt road at the time. Now it's not a dirt road, but um, the way it was described in the research that I read was they were driving along, they saw the light through the trees and eventually came over the top of them. And they tried to get away. And some point in time when they were getting away is when the lost time comes in. So they lose like the time of the drive was supposed to have been like 5 hours, and it took from 10:30 till dawn. So they somewhere in there they lost like 4 or 5 hours. So they get home and it's dawn, and they're like, well, that should have only been, I think the way the research said it was like they were supposed to have arrived home around like 2:30 or 3:30 in the morning. But when they got home, it was dawn. So we're looking at like 6:30, 7:30,
Gotcha.
7 o'clock. I don't know. That's a little farther north than I'm used to, so I'm not exactly sure what time sunrise is up there. But they lost a bunch of time and they couldn't figure out how. So to touch on Betty, not in a weird way. I don't want to touch on Betty. It's not my type. She said her dress was torn. So it was weird because she had tears on it, and I think somebody had mentioned that her dress was new. So
Yeah.
it looked like somebody had pulled at her dress, and I don't know if you've ever tried to pull apart a dress that's new or any kind of stitching that's new. It's not easy.
Right.
It's not easy to do. But Barney, his clothing wasn't ripped, but his shoes were scuffed in just the right way that it looked like he was being drugged. Like somebody had him underneath the arms and was dragging him backward. Like he was unconscious.
So scuffed on the back of the heels.
Yeah, in a weird way. Like you could tell, like like what kind of wear and tear you get on your shoes normally, right?
Right.
It was like exaggerated drag marks on his shoes. And the only thing he could figure was he was drugged somewhere that he couldn't remember. And there was some weird detail about the spots on the car.
Yeah, you said that they were able to hold when a compass was held near it. It made the compass turn towards the spots.
Yeah, the compass would be affected by the weird spots on the car. So I've heard people talk about it being like radiation affecting the paint on the car, but in order for like radiation to really affect paint, I feel like it has to be like a high temperature as well. Like I don't think radiation directly affects paint, right? It's just it's just radiation. It's not heat.
Right. Well, I mean, it would depend on what the paint's made out of, but yeah, generally, if you had enough radiation to affect paint, they'd be dead.
Yeah.
Like if we're talking nuclear radiation,
Right.
That if you have enough to discolor paint or modify materials other than to just make them radioactive, like do actual physical damage to the material, biological stuff certainly would have long already been, killed off or affected.
It's good that you say that because that comes into play later. So, the aftermath and recollections. In the following days of the incident, Betty began having vivid dreams and reoccurring nightmares. These dreams were filled with disturbing imagery of being taken aboard a strange craft and undergoing medical examinations by non-human entities. In these dreams, Betty described the beings as humanoid but with large bald heads, slanted eyes, and gray skin. So, I'm going to pause.
Greys.
It's the Greys, right? So,
The Greys.
so Betty and Barney Hill, this is where we get the original depiction of the alien Greys from. This is the first recorded instance. Because canonically speaking, from this point forward, when they talk about aliens, they're not green anymore. They're gray with big eyes.
No, they're the Greys with big heads and big eyes.
Yes.
Yeah, disproportionate head to body thing going on.
And it's because of them. They are the trendsetters. She recalled in her dream being separated from Barney and subjected to physical examinations involving needles and other instruments. So this research here is a little vague, but I will say that she recalled having a long needle inserted through her navel, and she recalled how it was so painful, and they said that they were checking her for pregnancy. So
That's what the beings told her.
that's what they told her, yes, because she was
Okay.
panicking.
Yeah.
All right. These dreams would persist for 4 or 5 consecutive nights, deeply unsettling Betty. Although Barney did not have similar dreams, he remained anxious and suffered from emotional distress following the encounter. Betty eventually confided in her sister about their experience, and she urged the Hills to report the incident to the local UFO organization, which led them to contact NICAP, the National Investigation Committee for Aerial Phenomenon. NICAP is the... I don't think that NICAP is active anymore. I think it's MUFON now,
Yeah.
the Mutual UFO Network.
Mhm.
But back in the day, so NICAP was what came after the Project Blue Book.
Okay, gotcha.
NICAP was ran by civilians, whereas Project Blue Book was government. Military,
Yeah.
NICAP investigators, including a former Air Force officer, interviewed the Hills and were struck by the consistency of their accounts. The Hill stories were beginning to attract attention, but they were still left with the mystery of the missing time and their fragmented memories of the nights. Now we're getting to the hypnosis part. It seemed, some of the details were left out of this, but I will say it's kind of a personal detail for Barney, but after this event, Barney was seeing it's not like genital warts, but it's close to it. But there was like bumps and like skin rash irritation around his genital area after this encounter. Which makes me think about what you said with radiation.
Right.
That
it causes blistering of the skin. I mean, it's usually more severe than just skin taggy sort of bumps or alligatoring. It's more like, it looks like burns until it starts to behave differently than a burn.
right. I think
As far as won't heal, sloughs off, that kind of thing.
It wasn't like an intense radiation burn. I feel like it was like radiation irritation. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Did they say that it reddened or the skin turned
Yes.
dead afterwards?
Yeah, it started red and then it turned bumpy. I think he was looked at by a doctor, but he's just like, this is just some form of an STD or whatever.
Because they wouldn't have had a lot in the way of testing then.
Right. So, the hypnosis. As the psychological toll of the experience took its toll on Barney, he began suffering from ulcers and high blood pressure. The Hills sought professional help, and they were referred to Dr. Benjamin Simon, a well-regarded psychiatrist and neurologist who specialized in hypnosis. Dr. Simon began working with the couple in early 1964 using regression hypnosis to help them uncover their lost memories of the abduction. Under hypnosis, both Betty and Barney recounted being taken aboard a small craft by gray-skinned beings with large heads and large eyes, and they were subject to medical examinations in separate rooms. Barney, in particular, recalled the alien examining his genitals with a cup-like device and extracting samples. Take that for what you think.
Extracting samples.
Yeah, they sucked the life out of him.
Gotcha.
He also remembered being unable to resist their commands and feeling extreme fear through the entire encounter. Betty's hypnosis sessions provided more detailed descriptions of the beings and the craft's interior. She claimed that one of the beings, whom she called the leader, showed her a star map that depicted trade routes between different star systems. Later, when she was asked to draw the star map from memory, it became one of the most famous pieces of evidence in the case. In the 1970s, an amateur astronomer named Marjorie Fish claimed that Betty's map matched the Zeta Reticuli star system, a pair of stars about 39 light years from Earth. This led to the popularization of the theory that the hills were abducted by extraterrestrial. Hold on, let me get a little more of this. The theory that the hills were abducted by extraterrestrials from this distant system, often referred to as the Zeta Reticulans, or Greys. So this brings us to the hypnosis audio. So we have Betty and Barney Hill. We don't have the full audio of either one. Barney's is shorter. Betty's is about 40 minutes long. Which one do you want to hear first?
I don't care. Pick one.
I guess we'll do Barney first. I do need to confirm that y'all can even hear this audio.
Yep.
You hear the audio?
Yep.
Okay. Again, I'm going to say trigger warning. This is kind of intense. This is Barney Hill's hypnosis, one of his many hypnosis sessions. Goodness. If you want to stop, talk about something, throw your hands up, wave them, jiggle them, do a little dance, and we'll pause the audio and we'll talk about it. Here we go.
Right.
Calm now. Relax. Deeply relaxed. Deeply relaxed. You will not have to make any outcry. But you can remember it now. Keep remembering. You feel you have to get your gun. This is going to harm you, you felt. I open.
So this is the point of the incident where he was stopped by the roadblock. So something that wasn't in the research. He pulled over because it looked like a military roadblock, and that's what he remembered initially.
Okay.
So when he went home, that was the last thing he remembered was the military roadblock. And it was after he did the hypnosis stuff that he realized that it was not military, it was something else.
The trunk of my car. Did I get it? Did I get back in the car? All right, just keep reasonably calm. Then I put it in my coat. And then I get out with the binoculars. And it is there. And I look. And I look. And it shifts over. And I think, I'm not afraid. I'll shoot it down if I'm not afraid. And I walk out, and I walk across the road. And there it is up there. Oh, God damn it! Calm down. Calm down, it's there, but you can see it, but it's not going to hurt you. Go on. Why doesn't it go away? Look at it. Calm. It's not going to hurt you. There's a man. The captain, what is he? It's got a Look at me.
Just a minute. Let's go back a little bit now. You say it's there. Did you say it was 1,000 feet away?
Oh, no.
1,000 yards?
It doesn't look that far. It's very big. And it's not that far. And I can see it tilted toward me.
Tilted? What does it look like now when you say tilted? Did you see wings?
Looks like a big pancake with windows and rows of windows and lights of not light, just one huge light. And
rows of windows like a commercial plane?
Rows of windows. They're not like a commercial plane because they curve around to the size of this pancake. And I say, my God, no. I have to shake my head. I got to, it can't be true. This isn't there. Oh, it's still there. And I look up and down the road. Can somebody come and tell me this is not there? It can't be. And oh,
you're still asleep, but you can see it all clearly.
It's there.
You sure it's there?
Yeah.
You weren't having a dream?
It's there.
You'd had no sleep that evening?
I touch my right arm. It's not my right, it's my left arm. And then I touch my right arm, and it is my left arm. I'm confused.
You're clear now. You're relaxed.
It's still there. If I let my binoculars fall and dangle from my neck and then start over again, maybe it won't be there. But it is. Why? What do they want? What do they want? One person looks friendly. He's friendly looking, and he's looking at me over his right shoulder, and he's smiling.
Could you see him clearly?
Yes, I thought.
What's his face like? What does it make you think of?
It's round. I think of a red-haired Irishman. I don't know why, but I think I know why. Because Irish are usually hostile to Negroes, and when I see a friendly Irish person, I react to it by thinking I will be friendly. And I think this one that is looking over his shoulder is friendly.
You say looking over his shoulder. Was he facing away from you?
Yes, he was facing a wall. And
you saw him through this window? Or you said there was a row of windows.
It was a row of windows, just a huge row of windows, only divided by struts or structures that prevented it from being one solid window. Or then it would have been one solid window. And the evil face on the, he looks like a German Nazi.
From Irishman to Nazi.
Yeah.
Did he have on a uniform?
Yes,
What kind of uniform?
it was black. He had a black scarf around his neck, dangling over his left shoulder.
You pointed it out as if it were on you.
I never noticed that.
You had a black scarf on your neck. How could you see these figures so clearly at that distance?
I was looking at him with binoculars.
Oh. Did they have faces like other people? You say one reminded you of a red-headed Irishman.
His eyes were slanted. I see it so. His eyes were slanted. But not like a Chinese.
What was Betty doing all this time?
I'm not close to her. I don't know.
You're out
I
there
don't
by
even
yourself,
think of
huh?
her.
You don't think of her. Is she saying anything?
I can't hear her.
Did you make any outcry to her, the way you did to me?
I can't remember. I don't know. I did not.
You would remember it if you did.
I did not. But I know this creature, this leader is telling me something.
He's telling you something. How? How is he getting it to you?
I can see it in.
That's the end of that clip. Yep.
So, I have a question for Paul
Yeah.
about this. What do you think of the style of the guy performing the hypnosis?
Well, it's kind of hard to say. I mean, I think modernly you use different calming techniques. I guess you've seen me do one or two.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that. Seems like I might have had to use some calming techniques on one of them.
Yeah, I feel like
But-
just saying you're calm, you don't have to be upset is not
Right.
super effective.
I mean, I would use a different calming technique. I would say, I would say, you're only seeing this like a movie. You don't have to experience the pain of it. Just be calm, step back, and just watch it like you're watching a movie and tell me what you're seeing. They can't hurt you now. It's over.
So I guess what I'm getting at is listening to him. I don't think he's doing it intentionally, but he corrects Barney several times about what he's saying in a way that seems
Almost like he's
not
leading
like
him.
a little bit like he's leading him, but the things that he's leading him about don't seem to color the story, but he's leading him at like, I don't know, it seems more direct than what I hear you do.
Right, because I try very hard not to implant any suggestion at all. Like none at all.
Because you'll do a lot of, can you tell me more about that?
Okay, tell me what you see now.
And,
Can you go to did you live in a house? Can you go to that place? Go to your house now and look at it. What do you see?
and I hear a lot of that whenever you do it. And now what are you seeing?
Right, now what
And-
do you see?
And when you're looking ahead, what do you see? Like, it's a lot of tell me what you're seeing, tell me what you're seeing, tell me what you're seeing. This guy seems to do a lot of, it's a little more interrogative.
Right. And you know, the
Which I
funny
think is
thing
weird.
about this is we're just not hearing the beginning of it. We're not
Right.
hearing the induction.
Right.
We're not hearing any of that. So
Right.
and there's obviously been some story told under hypnosis prior to this start of this clip. Because
Right.
he's like, you said you got your gun, and you know, I hadn't heard anything about a gun yet.
Right.
And it's a little more leading than I care to do.
That's why I asked about your opinion on his style.
But I
I know
think-
everybody's got a style, but
As I recall correctly, this guy doing the hypnosis is either a medical doctor, psychiatrist,
Yes.
or a PhD psychologist. I don't remember which, but he's a doctoral level therapist of some sort that has some specialization in hypnosis. He didn't fancy himself to be some sort of a UFO researcher. I don't believe. I think he was just some kind of a therapist, and they went to him to try to deal with the anxiety and the various other, psychological trauma or that kind of conditions they were having, the anxiety and all of that.
Okay. Do y'all want to just jump into the next clip?
Sure.
sure. Yeah. I guess he was pretty disjointed, but I could kind of follow what, missing whatever the first half of the story was. It was pretty easy to follow what was going on, though
There's some other parts of a recording, and they're way more difficult to listen to.
Yeah.
With him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll hear Betty's clips are way more emotional. And
Yeah, and his are quite emotional too. When he's taken in there, he yells out, he cries out, he's saying, "I don't know why are they doing this," and that sort of thing. It's very rough. This is kind of was the lead up to him
yes.
being taken in.
So I guess I'm a little confused over the morphing of how he's perceiving these figures, right? So he's got, an Irishman that he thinks is friendly, but then later it's menacing, and then later it's a Nazi.
I think it was
officer.
two separate.
Yeah, I think it was separate ones. The Irish one was nice to him,
Yes.
and the Nazi officer kind of person was not. And I don't know why he felt like, but the person looked menacing and was in some sort of a black uniform with a black scarf. And he says he was seeing that by looking through binoculars. And then he put the binoculars down, letting them dangle from his neck, hoping that when he'd look through it again, that wouldn't be there. He was just imagining something.
Yeah. So maybe it's like his unconscious was piecing together just what made sense. Like your brain would
Right.
fill in the blanks.
Right. Our brain's really good at doing that, right? So
Yeah.
it might be an entirely different thing, much like the Life of Pi story, right? It's two stories that are the same thing that are wildly different. And maybe his brain's just filling in something from a terribly traumatic event.
Yeah. Like he just sees a guy with a mean looking face and he's wearing something that looks like a uniform. It was the 60s. Nazis were still
Right.
fresh on the brain, So,
Right.
Right.
when you think of a bad guy,
Yeah, they're barely 15, 16 years post-war.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, this
It
was
left a huge mark on our national psyche.
1961. So,
Right.
yeah, 15, 16 years. Yeah, hard to I could see the brain just filling in that gap.
Right.
So, this next clip is Betty Hill. We're gonna just dive right into it. This audio is a little clearer than the other one. Let's just see what it's got for us, man.
We're driving along. I don't know where we are. I don't even know how we got here. Bonnie and I, we've been driving, and I don't know how long, and we haven't even been talking. I just been sitting here feeling that something's going to happen. And I'm not really too afraid. Except right now I am. At that time I didn't feel afraid.
I'm gonna say her voice matches her face perfectly. By the way, she looks like a woman with that type of accent. Oh God! Oh God! He punched me in the face bones.
Why are you crying if you're not afraid?
I'm afraid now, but I was.
Oh,
I don't. I wasn't afraid. I was afraid when I saw the men in the road.
Men in the road.
I never been so afraid in my life.
Tell me about the men in the road. It's all right now. You're safe here. Tell me about the men in the road.
We're driving along. We're on a tied road, and all of a sudden, without any warning or any reason or rhyme or anything, Bonnie made he almost, the brakes, I think he would squeal. He stopped so suddenly and made this sharp left-hand turn to the highway, and we went onto this narrow road. I was wondering what he was doing down here, but he wasn't saying anything, and I wasn't. I figured, well, maybe we're lost, but so what? We'll come out somewhere. And we're going along, and there was a sharp curve in the road, and as we went around the curve, there were trees. There were a lot of tall trees on my side. I don't know about Bonnie's side of the road, but there was these men standing in the highway, and I wasn't too afraid when I saw them. They were standing there, and I thought, well, you know, there was several. There was, I don't know, and they were just, you couldn't get a good look at them. But then I thought, well, you know, are they in a car and the car broken down, or what are they doing there? And Bonnie, of course, said to stop. And then he stops the car, and these men started to come up to the car. They separated. They came up in two groups. And when they started to do that, I got real scared. And the car motor died. The car stalled. And
Car stalled.
Yeah.
and when they started coming up, Bonnie tried to start the car. He tried to start it, and you know how a motor of a car would just turn over, and won't fire? And he tried to start the car.
You did what?
He's trying to start the car, and it won't start. And the men are coming towards us. And I think, well, I can get away from this. If I get the car door open, I can run in the woods and hide. And I'm thinking it, and I just put my hand on the car door and open it. And the men come up, and they open it for me. And they open the car door, and there's not very big men. And there's 1, 2, 3 next to me. And then there's 2 men behind them.
I didn't hear that.
2 men. There's a car door, and there's 1, 2, 3 men.
Yep.
And then there's 1, 2 more behind them.
Yes.
And one man puts his hand out. I don't know what happened.
You can hear her breathing. She's
You can
breathing
remember
hard.
anything now.
Right. Yeah.
So at this time, these are the psychiatrists here who did this hypnosis. They're probably, I think they were hypnotized 3 or 4 years after this. It was what, 64, 65?
Yeah.
And at that time, the only people doing hypnosis were, in any amount with any competence, were psychiatrists and psychologists. So he's a pretty experienced person. This isn't some parlor trick hypnotist that's going to come in there and get you to not smoke and
Right. Yeah, this
get
is
you to say funny things or whatever that you do at parties. This is somebody who has quite a lot of experience with it, and she's clearly reliving something terribly traumatic. That's her breathing. If you were there to see her, you'd probably see sweat on her face, sweat underneath her, and on her upper lip. You'd see other signs of probably some emotional distress. And that's how it sounds, and that's what I would think when I would sit there and look at her.
Yeah. This was Benjamin Simon. It says he was a well-regarded psychiatrist and neurologist who specialized in hypnosis.
Yeah.
So, you want to give it a couple more minutes, or you want to cliffhanger this for next week?
Why don't we leave it right there, and we can pick up back on her. That way we can have plenty of time afterwards to go over the two of them together.
Yeah. And once we
Because
get...
there's going to be a lot to unpack after hers.
Oh, yeah.
as well.
We still got another 35 minutes of her interview here. And if it goes in the direction I think it's going, it gets really, really intense. We're still at the point where she hasn't even left the car.
Right.
And, it's crazy to see this a type of emotional response just having somebody walk up to the car.
Well, I think the other thing that's worth mentioning about both their experiences and how they start, for instance, Barney has a gun.
Yeah.
Right. Not that it would have been that unusual for people to carry handguns then, but he has a gun in the car with him on their way to a vacation.
Yeah.
And he has it in his jacket pocket, which is, what he mentions. He puts it back in his pocket.
Mm-hmm.
And he sees them getting stopped by a roadblock. She sees it, starting out at least, as getting stopped by a roadblock. And they were both active in the civil rights movement. And they were taking a sort of back road. It's probably not unreasonable to guess that they got harassed.
Yeah.
Often. And that, a pretty big fear when traveling would have been to get stopped somewhere outside of their community and, something, some harm coming to them.
Yeah, like a mob pulling up or something.
Right. Now they were traveling north instead of, further into the south, but, sentiment was sentiment, in most places. And so probably, at least fear in the beginning of the experience starts out just by being, just by thinking they're being stopped.
Yeah. And that's why I feel like she has such a strong emotional response to just being stopped, because that lingering thought is always in the back of the head. What if somebody wants to stop us just because we're biracial or what have you?
Right.
This was the civil rights movement. I can imagine they probably had more than a couple of run-ins with something like this. But
because they were active in the movement, so real harm came to a lot of people who did any amount of work in the movement. So yeah, I'm sure it was that was a real danger for them.
Yeah,
often.
Yeah, it makes me feel like they had just heard stories. Like maybe they were fortunate enough to not ever be just stopped by a mob of people, and this was their first reaction or first interaction with something like that.
And so they're fearing the worst.
Right. And, that could account for the emotional response to begin with. But it comes out later that they get this sense of calm once they're being taken.
Mm-hmm.
But then the terror comes back later on the ship, and
Gotcha.
and that's what we're gonna touch on that next week. We're gonna finish this audio clip out next week, and then we're gonna break this all down, and we're gonna talk about, I have a little bit more of the script left. I say a little bit more. I got a page and a half more of the script, so I don't know.
I think we can't really talk about this without talking about race, much like we've been doing.
Right.
The 1964 Civil Rights Act wasn't even enacted until July of 1964, and that was after I did a quick Google search, and assuming the internets are true, I think their first hypnosis session was in February of 1964.
Yeah.
So they're still 5 months from the 1964 Civil Rights Act even being passed. And there's a lot of civil unrest in this country.
Right.
And there's a lot of civil unrest over race and that sort of thing going on. So I wonder what this is. If you could, I don't think you can take out the racial tension and the racial problem and the fear they must have had. But if you took that out, I wonder what we're left with. And their whole story, even the words they're using, is kind of colored by that lens.
Yeah.
But clearly something happened. I presume the hypnosis was a valid hypnosis by a medical doctor who knew what he was doing. And then we have this. There's a lot more details, though. Boy, she goes into a lot of details. He does too.
Yeah.
In the audio of him, I've heard later on, a little later in that, they might have had several sessions. I don't recall the details, but
yeah,
there are a whole lot of details they give about being on some craft and them doing all these exams or experiments on them.
Yeah. I will. I'll skip ahead a little bit after, just to make sure this is the full scope of what we're looking for here. And if not, I'll do some more digging and see if I can't find more audio clips. But so far, they're kind of hard to find in decent quality, and there were a couple that I passed on because they were, you couldn't hear half of what they were saying.
Yeah. They're very hard to hear. I think the recording was difficult. I think the microphones were difficult.
Yeah.
But the story is remarkable.
It really is.
This is a remarkable story. And what happened to these people?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And sometimes you'll hear these things that are just like, wow, what happened? Sometimes people will come. I get calls sometimes, but I honestly send them to someone else.
Mm-hmm.
I get calls from people who see that I'm, I've been trained in the Dolores Cannon School,
and
they say, hey, I've lost 3 or 4 hours on this trip, or 5 hours, or I lost a whole day, and I just don't have any memory of it. And I send them to someone else. I haven't done it because I'm not sure I'm ready to hear this whole abduction story, because that's almost how they all start out, missing time.
Yeah.
And it's either that or a seizure, right? They've had some seizure.
All right. Well,
so interesting, fascinating.
So we're gonna leave it there. Did either one of you guys want to add anything before the end of spooky season?
For the end of spooky season, well, I mean, so while you see a lot of people dress up as aliens for Halloween, right? That's a pretty newer phenomenon. It used to always be witches and Jack the Pumpkin, and like when I was a kid, I was like a ninja, and I think UFOs have gotten co-opted into Halloween quite a bit.
Yeah.
More recently with how much it's in the the general meme of world consciousness, right?
Oh, the costume of the it's the inflatable costume where it looks like you're being carried away by an alien.
Oh yeah. yeah. Exactly.
That's a good one.
There's somebody down the street from us that has some kind of a blow up yard balloon thing, and on the top of it is this big UFO looking thing, and there's like a ray coming down, and inside of it there's like a cow on its side being lifted up.
Yeah, one of those yard inflatables.
Yeah, that's cool.
I was
Yeah.
driving by it, and I'm like, that's really cool.
Yeah.
So I think it says a lot about how much, because basically the things that scare us are the things that we fear the most, that we want maybe to not be afraid of, or maybe to normalize, work their way into Halloween, right? So like, all the horror movies that scared the crap out of us, we end up wanting to be be Jason or be Freddy Krueger, right? Because it kind of takes, now it's fun, right? Now I'm Freddy Krueger, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of fun now. So same thing, I think, maybe with being the UFOs and being the aliens, because the truth is, if tomorrow you had the classic movie encounter of UFO lands on the White House lawn and Greys get out and announce that they're here, right?
Yeah.
You would have the most widespread and generalized panic I think we've ever seen ever.
Absolutely.
Because it throws so many things up in the air that we, science, religion, if it bothers you that there's life on another planet and it's not just here, then religion, physics, social structure. All kinds of things come into question about that, and what we believe and what we think is real and what we think is possible.
Mm-hmm.
So, for this to come on the heels of another thing that defied what we thought was possible, right? The nuclear war, right? And World War, on a scale that actually started to encompass the world, right? World War I, we called it that because it was so big, but it mostly stayed localized in Europe.
Right.
Right. It didn't spread across the oceans and spread, to almost, more continents than not, like World War II did.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think you have that line drawn, or that connecting line between, Halloween and us doing some UFO stuff. But I would suggest that rather than go looking in a strange field for a cow being abducted, or rather than spend too much time late at night out in the woods where the Greys might find you to examine you, it would probably be better if you just followed us.
Beyond the shadows.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
It's alive! It's alive!
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work. Beyond the shadows.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work. Beyond the shadows.
Whoa. What's going on? What's up? What is up? Hello. I'm here. I'm really here. I told you I'd be here, and I'm here. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Here we go. Yes, we are here. Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Victus, and this is Season 2, Episode 20. Is that right? Episode 20 of Beyond the Shadows podcast. We're getting danger close to our 1 year anniversary. danger close. We're gonna have to do something special for that. We will not do what everybody else does and just do a recap. We're going to continue on as normal. So, have I introduced myself? Did I forgot already? Wow. Okay, cool. Hello, my name is Victus. This is the Beyond the Shadows podcast. I'm going to write an opening script and read it every time so we have something consistent to listen to. Welcome to Beyond the Shadows podcast, where we delve into this mysterious, the spooky, the creepy, the conspiratorial, the fake, and the truth. Tonight we have a doozy. I say this every week because all of these are doozies. They are very doozy-like. We are doing the Skinwalker Ranch. Yes. Yes, that Skinwalker Ranch, the one that everybody knows about. So I'm kind of sort of breaking my own rule here. Very, very early on in season 1, we had decided that we were not going to do anything that is mainstream or been covered a million bajillion times. However, this one is ongoing. So there's tons and tons of new stuff. So up until recently, my baseline, my knowledge of what I knew about the Skinwalker Ranch was based on just whatever, like what you see on History Channel, what have you. I did, however, start watching the show on Hulu. Hulu, was it Amazon Prime? I think it was Hulu. That is like the mystery behind the Skinwalker Ranch or something like that. And I did not know that they were still investigating. There's a new owner, and they're reinvestigating, because up until recently, the last thing I heard was the current owner locked the place down and was dealing with so much stuff that he did not want people on the property. He did not want people investigating. He did not want people poking around, because it seemed like every time something happened, it was because people are poking around, digging, investigating, whatever. So when I found out that they were doing this show, let me see. I'm gonna look it up right quick. Skinwalker Ranch, The Secret of the Skinwalker Ranch. It is on. So it's from the History Channel, but it's on Hulu. And also Disney Plus if you've got the History Channel stuff. But it is on Hulu. It's very good. It opened my eyes to what's really going on currently with the Skinwalker Ranch. It's not just fantastical stories anymore. We're dealing with solid evidence of things. I think I read a book 5-6 years ago, maybe longer, probably closer to 10 years ago, and they were dealing with some crazy stuff. Portals opening, UFOs coming in and out of the portals, people having out-of-body experiences with the portals, going through the portals through astral projection and seeing some wild stuff. But they weren't getting any evidence. However, this new show, Secret of the Skinwalker Ranch, I just started watching it because I was like, cool, this is what I do in my downtime. I just put something on that's halfway interesting, and I'll just kind of leave it running while I play some video games or whatever. And I've found myself more watching it than playing video games. So, I finished the show, and I realized, there's so much more to the story that I don't think is being told. So I think it's appropriate tonight that we cover the Skinwalker Ranch. We're going to cover everything from the original mysteries back to when Native Americans were on the land, geez, up until most recent stuff. And so usually when it comes to these big cases like this, I like to bring good, strong photo evidence or video evidence. I can't show any of the new video evidence because it's so heavily copyrighted that I don't think I can get away with it. So I'm not going to try. So I was like, well, let me get some photos. Well, there's thousands of photos of this stuff. However, the photos are just like of a light in the sky. You can't really tell what it is without context. And that's why I think watching the show really helped push everything into context for me. So, oh, excuse me. I am yawning. It was a long night last night, and I got up early today. So, without further ado, we are going to get into the Skinwalker Ranch. Oh, wait. No. We still got one thing. We got one thing. Here we go. Wait, here it is. What shirt am I wearing today? Indeed. So nothing fancy. I just got my skeleton shirt on today. This is one of my favorites. I love the Walmart Halloween shirts. You can't go wrong. They're good daily drivers. I've got a stack of them. I said last weekend that the space here looked a little off because I had a bunch of stuff from the other bedroom in here. Well, everything's back to normal now. And now I have a shelf dedicated just to t-shirts for the podcast. And I did not realize how many I had. My plan was to wear a different shirt every episode. Because at first, I think it was like the first 5 or 6 episodes, I was wearing the same shirt every day or every weekend. So when you go back and look at the video and like the shorts and the reels we were making for the first handful of episodes, it just looked like we were talking about the same thing over and over and over again because I've always had the same shirt on. So I was like, cool, I'm going to start a pile of just wore these shirts, and then I'm going to have a pile of here's the ones next in rotation, and got some new bedroom furniture, got that set up. So now I have a space just for podcast shirts. And we've got lots to work with now. The stack is like this tall 2 times. Somewhere around 50 or 60 shirts. So I should have enough shirts for a season, 52 weeks. So yeah, we're just gonna go with the rotation now and work my way through the pile, and as I get to the bottom of the pile, we're going to flip it over and start again. So here we go. We're looking at shirts from Halloween. Season 1. We're looking at a shirt from season 1. I haven't worn this shirt since season 1, so yeah, we're doing our best not to make things complicated. So let's see. Do we have any news? We do have news. We have a small piece of news. I was looking at the analytics for the podcast and decided that until further notice, there will be no more rapid fire episodes. So like these episodes we were doing, we're pushing out like 50, 60 views, which is really good for me, I think. But then you could see 50 views, 40 views, 57 views, 30 views, and then you get to the week of the rapid fire episode, 3 views. Then back 50, 40, 30, 50, 60, whatever, get to the rapid fire episode, 4 views. So we're pushing out content that's not really being grabbed, and maybe we'll save them for some Patreon stuff later on down the road if we ever get that popular. So until then, we're not going to do any more rapid fire episodes. Last Sunday was our last rapid fire episode until further notice. So if you disagree with this, reach out to us, email us. Anybody's got any comments about anything, you can always email us. We are always willing to take emails. You can email us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. That is beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Let me check the inbox. Let's see what we got in the inbox. Blah, 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 blah. Bunch of nothing. That's a big empty inbox. Spam. We got lots of spam. I don't know how, because a lot of these things aren't even... Like, why are we getting so much spam? Bellevue University? Elephant Insurance? I don't want this stuff. I did not sign up for these things for the podcast. Anywhoots. Yeah, so... Until further notice, no more rapid fire episodes, regretfully. But if you like them and if you found some value in them, reach out to us. Let us know. We're beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. But until then, you'll just have to follow me beyond the shadows. All right. So we're going to get on into this. So today on the podcast, we're here to examine unexplained events, strange phenomena, and the boundaries of what we think we know. In this episode, we turn our attention to one of the most intensely scrutinized and controversial phenomena hotspots in the United States, the Skinwalker Ranch. Located in the northeast, oh my gosh. Located in northeastern Utah's Uinta Basin, Skinwalker Ranch spans approximately 512 acres over the approximately 512 acres. And over the past several decades, it's been the subject of numerous reports involving unexplained phenomena. These include unidentified flying objects, cattle mutilations, sightings of strange creatures, electromagnetic disturbances, and even psychological effects experienced by those who spent time on the property. Not mentioned here because this is a piece of an update that has to do with the most recent show on the History Channel. We've had recently people were attacked by some unseen force. I'm going to see if I can find this guy's x-ray. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Cool. We're going to keep this picture open. And we'll talk about this later. Sweet. So, yeah, people getting attacked by unseen forces. Really, really wild stuff going on. So in this episode, we'll walk through the history of the ranch, from the Native American legends, tribal tensions, to the documented experiences of the Sherman family in the 90s. We'll even examine the scientific studies conducted by Robert Bigelow's National Institute for Discovery Sciences, NIDS, and look at the more recent investigations under current owner Brandon Fugel, including those documented in the History Channel series, The Mystery of the Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. We'll also explore competing theories about what might be causing these phenomena, ranging from psychological and environmental explanations to more speculative ideas like interdimensional portals or non-human intelligence. Our goal isn't to sensationalize, but to investigate. What's really happening at Skinwalker Ranch, and how much of it is based on credible evidence? And why does this particular location continue to attract the attention of scientists, journalists, and even the Pentagon? So, we will start by looking at the deeper historical and cultural context behind the ranch and its reputation. So before we get into the modern reports and investigations, it's important to understand the historical and cultural backdrops of the Skinwalker Ranch. It's a big part of that saying is you don't know where you're going until you know where you've been. We've got to see the groundwork of what really happened initially at the Skinwalker Ranch that may or may not be causing a lot of this stuff. So the region's reputation for strange activity predates the ranch itself and ties into long-standing indigenous beliefs and tribal history. The ranch sits in the Uinta Basin, a region historically inhabited by the Ute people, Nearby are lands traditionally associated with the Navajo tradition, or the Navajo Nation. According to various accounts, the Ute have long considered the area around the ranch to be, quote, spiritually dangerous, that they reportedly avoided the land entirely, referring to it as, quote, in the path of the skinwalker. All right, so as you know, the term skinwalker comes from Navajo mythology, and in Navajo tradition, a skinwalker called, oh gosh, I'm going to destroy this, Ye Nuldelushi. Yes, take that to the bank. It is a type of a harmful witch or shapeshifter believed to possess the ability to transform into animals and inflict harm through supernatural means. These stories are deeply rooted in Navajo culture's beliefs and are not shared lightly or publicly, especially by tribal members. It's important to clarify that the term skinwalker itself is specific to Navajo lore, not originally part of the Ute belief system. However, according to local oral histories, the Ute believed that Navajo skinwalkers were sent into the area as a form of retribution during the historic tribal conflicts. And this belief may have been contributed to the view that the land was spiritually compromised or cursed. So think of the skinwalker for Native Americans as like a heat-seeking missile or a stealth fighter, that you'll never see it going there, but once it's there, it causes damage. That's a good metaphor. I like that. So while this explanation remains rooted in oral tradition, it provides important context for how the area came to be regarded as a place of danger and mystery. Long before reports of UFOs or cryptids, there is no official record or physical evidence verifying a curse, but the perception among local tribes is real and persistent. Hence the name Skinwalker Ranch, of course. So during the 19th century, European American settlers began moving into the Uinta Basin in 1880. The U.S. government established the Ute Indian Reservation, forcing the Ute people onto this land. The Skinwalker Ranch area itself was eventually homesteaded and went through various private owners for decades. It was relatively quiet, at least in the public eye. However, by the mid-20th century, residents in the Uinta Basin began reporting increased sightings of unidentified flying objects. These reports weren't limited to the Skinwalker Ranch. They were spread throughout the region, which would later be called one of the most active UFO hotspots in the country. And they say this. Let me clarify. You could Google it and find it, and it'll say, quote, this area is one of the most active UFO hotspots in the country. I thought it was just verbosity, that they were just using these words like everybody else uses the words. I usually save this for the end, but we're going to look. So who's making money off of this? Sure, the owner of the ranch is making money. But after seeing the show, I realized that he is not out to try to make money off of the show. This guy is using the show as a form of documentation. There's a big like overbearing vibe that you get from everybody on the show, that they don't like the government and they have trouble with the government. So they try to do things officially on a private capacity, and using the show, they were able to fully document some amazing, absolutely incredible sightings. Go and watch the show. I promise you, it's like every 30 minutes, they're just like poking around with sensors, shooting frequencies into basins, and then boom, there's a UFO. Clear as day. 30 minutes later, they'll be sitting there talking. Oh, look, there's one right there. UFO. 10 minutes later, another UFO. They've got it on film. It's so clear. It's so crystal clear. And here's the kicker is these guys have today, they have transponder equipment to read aircraft signature of whoever's flying within the area, and they could see for like 400 or 500 miles out. And they will see crafts flying above the property, and they have no transponder information. So we'll touch more on that later. Hopefully I'll remember. But I'm getting a little off subject. So, in short, by the time the Sherman family arrived at the property in 1994, the land already carried a reputation for strangeness. That reputation was shaped by both indigenous cultures, beliefs, and by a growing number of modern UFO sightings and paranormal claims in the surrounding area. So, to understand why the Skinwalker Ranch has become one of the most enduring mysteries in paranormal research, it's essential to look at the historical and cultural landscape that predates its modern notoriety. This land wasn't always the focal point of TV shows and government investigations. For generations, it was part of a much, much older story, one shaped by indigenous traditions, colonial displacement, and persistent reports of unexplained activity in the surrounding regions. So it's an amalgamation of just mysterious things happening in this area. So as we know, it's located in northeastern Utah. The area is known as the Uinta Basin. It's a vast, rugged, and isolated area. Before the arrival of European American settlers, it was inhabited by several Native American tribes, most notably the Ute people. Their history in the area extends back centuries. Even today, much of the surrounding land remains part of the Ute Indian Reservation. What's crucial to note is that long before the property became known as Skinwalker Ranch, the Ute people already regarded the area with suspicion. Many Ute tribal members have spoken, often off the record, about the land being cursed or spiritually dangerous. According to these accounts, their ancestors believed that malevolent forces occupied the region around the ranch, and they actively avoided it. They referred to it as the path of the Skinwalker. And it's funny that they called the area the path of the Skinwalker because if you talk to anybody within the Native American culture and folklore, they avoid the word Skinwalker. So it's strange to me that they labeled it Skinwalker, or the path of the Skinwalker. That tells me that from way, way, way back before, what was it, 1880, when it was colonized? I say colonized, it was parceled out by the government. But 1880, it was, officially white people moved in. Let's just say that. That's the easiest way to do it. So up until that point, they had seen enough mysterious things on that property that they labeled it with the strongest word that they knew, path of the Skinwalker. To give you an idea, Native American people will avoid the word Skinwalker much like they did the name Voldemort in the Harry Potter novels. He who shall not be named. That's precisely what this is. They don't say the name. Like, even if you watch this show, like, I'm telling you, go watch this show. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. It's incredible. They pull some Native American tribal leaders to the property, and like these dudes, like the cast, are wearing like long sleeve shirts and pants. They are not hot. They are not sweaty. It might be a base in the deserted area, but they are not hot or sweaty. But these Native American tribal leaders get to the property and they become noticeably disturbed. They are sweating, they are nervous, and they refuse to use the word Skinwalker. And then if you use the word Skinwalker around them, they get clammy and they shut up. So it's strange. It really is. Now, the term skinwalker comes from Navajo culture, not Ute. So in Navajo tradition, a skinwalker is believed to be a type of witch or sorcerer with the ability to shapeshift into animals, as we know. This being said, they are believed to possess supernatural strength, speed, and cunning, and are often associated with death, illness, or misfortune. Importantly, skinwalkers are not mythical creatures in the way cryptids like Bigfoot are treated in pop culture. They are seen as real threats, practitioners of a dark spiritual path. The skinwalker is not a cryptid, it is a person. It is a person. So, how did the Navajo entity become associated with the land traditionally occupied by the Ute? According to local lore, and this is based on an oral history, not written documentation, because that's the way it was done. The connection stems from historical conflicts between the two tribes. At various times throughout the 19th century, the Ute and the Navajo were engaged in territorial disputes and violent clashes. During this period, it's said that the Navajo skinwalkers were sent to curse the land as a form of spiritual retaliation against the Ute people. So, let's break that down. If Tribe A doesn't get along with Tribe B, they clash physically, they fight, they were likely on an even keel, very evenly matched with each other. So what's the one way you're going to get a one up on the other person? To use alternative methods of attack as opposed to traditional methods like hand-to-hand combat. So what they were doing is they would go to their shamans and say, hey, let's use a skinwalker to get these people. And that's why this area is quote-unquote cursed. So whether this is a literal claim or a metaphor for cultural trauma is open to interpretations. What matters is that within Ute oral tradition, the idea of spiritual corruption tied to that land has persisted for generations. And even these beliefs are not universally held. The perception of the area as cursed or dangerous is well established among many Ute leaders and tribal members. The cultural backdrop forms the first layer of the Skinwalker Ranch's unusual story. The region's reputation for high strangeness didn't begin until the 90s, and it's embedded in a much older framework of indigenous belief system and tribal history. So in the late 1800s, the U.S. government formally established the Ute Indian Reservation, relocating the tribal members to the Uinta Basin. Many of them, anyway. Not all of them. Meanwhile, non-native settlers began to homestead land in the area under various federal land policies. We learned about this in school. This is just what they did. This is when the 1800s, early 1800s, we only became a country in 1776. So how long did it take for us to get across this country as a people? The Skinwalker Ranch itself, then simply part of a larger basin region, was among the private land parcels. And for decades, it was primarily used for ranching without any known public reports of unusual activity. Because this area was very arid. It's desert area. And when I say it's desert area, let me see if I can pull up just a picture. Let's pull up freaking Google Maps. That's what we do, right? Let's just try Skinwalker Ranch. Here we go. All right, we got it. All right, let me switch scenes here. Here it comes, folks. All right, so what we're looking at here is Skinwalker Ranch. So it's huge. So I'm assuming the road bisects most of the property. So there's this chunk here. So we see an L shape like a boot. And part of it comes up into here. I don't know how much it goes upward. I'm assuming that's probably the extreme end of it because this is Watcher's Lodge. So that's like a hotel or something it was there and it's closed now. There's a sacred Navajo Ute circle over here. So I'm assuming probably this. I wish I could draw over this. That'd be great. Probably this whole area right here is Skinwalker Ranch. So lots and lots of desert. Lots of desert area. But there's an area here that has trees. So this would be ideal. Look, we even got water. So there's a creek that runs through here. So this is ideal area for cattle, for goats, for sheep, cows. This would be ideal because you can't do much else with it. However, things did begin to change by the mid 20th century. So by the 1950s, the Uinta Basin was becoming known in UFO circles for unusually high number of sightings. Reports included flying discs, strange lights maneuvering in the sky, and craft that appeared to defy known aviation technology. These were not isolated incidents. There were multiple independent witnesses often describing similar phenomena at roughly the same time. One of the best documented clusters of sightings occurred in the 1970s with multiple residents of the town of Roosevelt, Utah, located just a few miles from the ranch, reported seeing large, silent aircraft hovering at low altitudes, sometimes accompanied by strange sounds or beams of light. These events led to media coverage in local newspapers and eventually drew the attention of UFO researchers. Let's find it. What do they say? Roosevelt, Utah? Where is Roosevelt? Oh, here's Roosevelt. Yeah. So that's a few miles away. Yeah. So this area is kind of historically flat. So I don't think... Can we do 3D? Where's 3D at? No, it's not working. Yeah. This is easier to do on my phone. So here's Roosevelt. It's strange that there's such a big town so close. I wasn't quite expecting that. They didn't really talk about that town in the show or in any of the books. I didn't know that there was a town so close. That couldn't be more than a few miles away. 5, 6. Hold on. Beverage change. I'm at the bottom of a jar here. Homemade stuff is running low. All right. And so it's worth emphasizing that this broader regional activity is what laid the groundwork for later interest in the Skinwalker Ranch itself. The ranch wasn't famous yet, but it sat right in the middle of what was rapidly becoming known as the UFO hotspot. So let's look again here at let's look again here at the map. I do see UFO Valley campgrounds and UTV tours. Let's see what kind of photos these guys got. Oh, beautiful country, though. Very, very rocky. How drastic of an area. Just crabby rock and then green lush. It's so weird. Yeah, these guys are just like posted up watching for UFOs. I wonder if there's any... Hold on. Nope, that's just something on my screen. I need to clean my monitor a little bit better. It would be great if somebody had like a photo of a UFO that they spotted in Google Maps. It is beautiful country, though. I'm not going to lie. So cool. Look at this. This is so here's the entrance to the campground, but right next to it is the entrance to the actual Skinwalker Ranch, and they do not like people coming on their property. They have cameras everywhere. This place is loaded down like Area 51. Do not go over their fence, people. They have cameras everywhere. Wow, snow. I really wasn't expecting snow. I mean, I guess it's Utah, right? Lots of people taking pictures over the basin here. So this area must be elevation-wise higher than the Skinwalker Ranch, so they can look down on it. Which kind of sucks for the owners of the ranch, I guess. Oh. Let's turn the sound off. Oh. Somebody posted video of a UAP on Google Maps? Let's start that over. Let's hear it. See what they got to say. This is old. This guy's name is Old Greg. This is on Google Maps. Check it out.
See that?
Oh.
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
My God, that one's bright.
Wow. Oh. See, he's not twinkling either. Oh, that's just bizarre. It's moving. Wow. That's cool. Kudos, Old Greg. Way to go, buddy. I knew somebody was going to post something here. So yeah, you get the idea. There is other things around here that I didn't know about. Like, how cool would that be? You know, put that on the bucket list, right? Hey, all right. On the bucket list. Thank you very much. So by the early 1990s, the area's reputation was well established in folklore, and residents spoke of mysterious craft, strange animals, and electronics failing for no clear reason. It wasn't until 1994, when Terry and Gwen Sherman purchased the ranch property, that these reports were to escalate dramatically and gain national attention. But before we move on, it's important to make a few distinctions. First, many of the beliefs about the Skinwalkers' curses and spiritual danger comes from the indigenous oral history. These accounts were difficult to verify using Western academic or journalistic standards because it was an oral history, right? And they shouldn't be exploited for entertainment. However, at the same time, they provide valuable context about how the land was viewed for generations. Okay? The context helps explain why the phenomena reported at Skinwalker Ranch was not treated as isolated incidents by local communities. Second, while the Skinwalker Ranch was often portrayed as uniquely anomalous, it is only part of a much wider region that has been associated with high strangeness for decades. The entire Uinta Basin has been a host to reports of UFOs and cryptid-like creatures, poltergeist activity, and other unexplained events, suggesting that there is something unusual occurring, and it might not just be confined to the ranch itself. It's the area. I want to see if we can pull up. I need to see how to spell Uinta. I want to see how big. Oh my gosh. So this whole area, this is the Uinta Basin. So maybe I'm just dumb. What is geographical basin? A depression or low-lying area often surrounded by higher land where water flows downhill and collects. Okay. So yeah, looking at this, we see mountains over here. Low area with green. This entire area is the basin. So here's Uinta Valley. This is the Uinta Basin. Okay. Yeah, zooming out, you can see it. You can absolutely see it. Finally, we should note that none of these cultural or historical details prove anything about the nature of the phenomena observed later, but they do demonstrate that the land had a long-standing reputation for being unusual, even before the ranch made headlines. So in our next segment that we're about to talk about, we're going to examine what happened when Terry and Gwen Sherman moved onto the property in 1994. Their reports of mutilated cattle, strange creature, and unknown aerial phenomena would become the foundation for the ranch's modern legend and would ultimately attract the attention of both private investigators and government-funded researchers alike. So, are you ready? Are you ready? Because I am. Wait, here we go.
I'm not saying it's space aliens, right? But it goes without saying it's fucking space aliens.
Absolutely, it's space aliens. So in 1994, Terry and Gwen Sherman, referred to as Tom and Ellen Gorman in some resources to protect their privacy, they purchased the ranch with the intention of operating a cattle business. At the time, they were unaware of the property's growing reputation, and according to later interviews, including a detailed feature by journalist George Knapp. And in case you're wondering, you don't know who George Knapp is. Can we get a round of applause for George Knapp, please? Yes. Yes. George Knapp is the godfather of paranormal. And if you don't know who he is, break out your radio and find Coast to Coast AM. Have fun with that. Go down that rabbit hole. It's been on the air for years and years and years. I can remember growing up just outside Detroit. Not a great, growing up wasn't great for me. So my getaway was I had my dad's tent and I would pitch it in the backyard. And I would camp out in the backyard because we didn't go anywhere. We didn't do anything. And what I would do is I would stay up all night long listening to the radio, and I would turn on the radio, so I would go out, and I can remember the first time I came across it. I had my CDs, and I was out in the backyard in the tent listening to my CDs with my little flashlight in the tent, and staying up way later than I should have for being like 10 years old. And I got tired of listening to the music and decided I'm going to scan the radio stations. So I scanned FM, couldn't find anything I liked. So it's like, what is AM radio? I've never listened to AM radio. So I switched over to AM radio and I started scanning the radio stations, right? And I remember I was in the tent on my sleeping bag, laying on my stomach, face up against the radio, and I'm scrolling through the AM radio stations real slow. And I catch this guy with this amazing voice. George Knapp has a great voice for radio. Oh my God, this guy's got a golden voice. And the first thing he says, the first word I heard him say was UFO. Okay, so I grew up watching X-Files, of course. If you couldn't tell. And when I heard UFO on the radio, on AM radio at that, I was hooked. I was like, what is this? What is he talking about? And let me just pull up. I want to give you a Wikipedia definition of what Coast to Coast AM is. Coast to Coast AM is an American late night radio talk show that deals with a variety of topics. Most frequently, the topics relate to either paranormal or conspiracy theories. Its host and creator, Art Bell, had its inception from 1988 to 2003 and is currently hosted by George Norrie. George Knapp was in between Art Bell and George Norrie. The program is distributed by Premier Network, subsidiary of iHeartMedia, both as part of its Talk Network and separately syndicated program. It now airs 7 nights a week from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Over 600 affiliate radio stations, and has been repeatedly called the most popular overnight show in the country. People, if you don't know what Coast to Coast AM is and you're listening to this podcast, your priorities are messed up. Go check it out. You will. It is this generation of paranormalites like myself. We are here because of Coast to Coast AM. Thank you, Coast to Coast AM, for what you've done. Thank you so much. So, by journalist George Knapp, the Shermans quickly found themselves dealing with a series of bizarre and disturbing events. The first indication that something was unusual came on the very day they moved in. According to the Shermans, a large wolf approached them in broad daylight. And this wasn't just any wolf, it was described as being abnormally large, possibly up to 3 times the size of a normal specimen, with an unusually calm demeanor. It reportedly allowed itself to be petted by the family members before suddenly grabbing a calf by the snout and attempting to drag it through the corral fence. Or the corral fence, excuse me. Terry Sherman shot the animal multiple times with a handgun and eventually a high-powered rifle, but it appeared unfazed. After finally retreating, the creature left behind chunks of flesh that, according to Terry, did not bleed and smelled like rotting meat. Despite the family's efforts to track it, the wolf's trail abruptly ended, as if it had vanished. And this was only the beginning. So this is a very famous first encounter. This has been very, very well documented and spoken about in many, 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 many interviews. The Shermans did not give interviews while they were at the ranch except for like the high roller interviews, like George Knapp coming through. Canonically speaking, this is just broad strokes of what happened. Terry Sherman shot the animal multiple times with a handgun that he kept on his person. Point blank. And while the wolf is trying to drag off the calf, he had time to go in his house, grab a 30-06, and come back and shoot again point blank, and caused enough damage to rip off a chunk of flesh the size of Terry's hand. That was the official statement. That's what he said happened. I'm curious. Do we have a picture? Surely somebody's got a picture of it, right? Let's see. Nope. No, we don't have it. We don't have an image of it. I tried. But yeah, it's a weird one. So I can't think of. I mean, let me look up one more thing, and this is a weird thing to Google. But what does a wild wolf smell like? Wild wolves possess a powerful feral odor described as a combination of wet dog and the scent of wild places. This odor is stronger and muskier than domestic dog scent and is often noticed before the wolf is seen. Wolves also use scent marking, depositing scents from their glands in their neck and back to communicate with their pack and mark the territory. A powerful feral odor like wet dog in wild places. What kind of description is that? I don't think I would. I'm pretty sure that if I were to shoot a wolf and pick up a chunk of its flesh that was left there, I wouldn't use the word wet dog in wild places. However, I don't think that I don't think I would describe it as rotting meat. But let me play devil's advocate for just a quick minute. If it was a wild wolf, which they have in the area, what's to say this wolf wasn't eating carrion that had sat in the boiling sun before he got shot? Excuse me. So, food for thought. Think about it. Over the next 2 years, the Shermans reported an increasingly diverse set of phenomena. These included cattle mutilations. Several of the family's prized cattle were found dead under suspicious circumstances. Some of them have been dismembered with surgical precision, with organs removed without blood or signs of a struggle. One cow was reportedly found with a hole bored through its eye socket, its body undisturbed with no tracks around it. Another was discovered dismembered in a field with no signs of predators or obvious cause of death. Should I look and see if we can find some cattle mutilation photos? Oregon. Wow, what a tremendous number of cattle mutilations in Oregon. Okay, we've got one. I'm going to warn you. This is a mutilated cow. If you're a little squeamish about blood and guts and gore, you probably aren't going to enjoy this. So, it probably ought to look somewhere else for just a moment. Let me switch scenes so you can see what I see. So this says, according to National Institute for Discovery Sciences, NIDS, this calf was seen healthy on the property just 45 minutes before it was found in this condition in a field, and there wasn't a drop of blood anywhere on the carcass or on the ground. Like, you can tell by looking. It's almost like this thing was lifted up, exsanguinated, cut up, and then set back down. What an absolutely wild, wild photo. Thank you for putting context into this. Thank you. That was great. It makes a big difference. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff that we're seeing. Yeah, there's so many cattle mutilation photos here that it's hard to tell. Oh, here's another angle of it. From the current owner of Skinwalker Ranch. Wow, yeah, there's nothing left. Half of its ribs are gone. How weird. Yeah, that's just wild. I'm not going to show all of that. I'm sorry. So, cattle mutilations in the 90s. So the next thing they saw were unexplained lights. The family often observed bright orbs in structured craft flying silently over the property, often at low altitudes. And these range from small basketball-sized lights that hovered or darted through the air to larger silent black triangles. The Shermans claimed some of these lights appeared to interact with them directly. One even allegedly followed Gwen's vehicle down a dirt road. And this happens. This is not just a tale. I'm going to say this happened in the new show on Hulu. A guy goes to investigate a light he sees off in the distance in the middle of an investigation, and he's followed by an orb. And I say orb because it's the middle of the night, and all they see is a round, unblinking, unflickering light silently moving just like 300 feet over them. It's wild, absolutely wild. So thirdly, they were having poltergeist activity. And inside the home, the family experienced classic signs of what's typically labeled as poltergeist activity. Objects disappeared and reappeared in odd places. Doors and cabinets would open on their own. Voices were sometimes heard coming from nowhere. And electronic equipment frequently malfunctioned without explanation. So this is also something that they saw very, very often in the new TV series. Like, I think the first episode, they had a pile of electronic equipment immediately start malfunctioning. So this is kind of like par for the course at this point, right? And lastly, they were seeing cryptids and creatures. Beyond the initial wolf encounter, the Shermans reported other strange animal sightings. These included a hairless dog-like creature with pronounced claws and a large bird resembling a pterodactyl. One of the more disturbing incidents involved the blue orbs described as intelligent. One orb reportedly caused intense fear and paralysis in the family's dogs, which later went missing. The animals were eventually found incinerated with no clear cause. And the book that I read growing up about this showed photos. And the way these dogs were quote unquote incinerated doesn't make sense, because you had these, it was 3 dogs in the photos anyway. I don't know how many they actually had. It was like they were lifted in the sky, burned, and set back down after they cooled. They were found on dry grass, burned, with no burns to their dry grass, not even the stuff underneath them. It was really wild, absolutely wild. So over time, the constant stress of the phenomena took a toll on the family. Terry, a no-nonsense former military man, reportedly tried to document what he could, even installing surveillance equipment, which is big in the 90s. But the occurrence often seemed to evade capture. According to him, every time he set up cameras, the activity would shift to an area outside their view, almost as if it was avoiding observation. Eventually, the Shermans went public with their story, initially under their pseudonyms, through journalist George Knapp of Las Vegas KLAS TV. Knapp's reporting brought the ranch to national attention and caught the interest of people in both the UFO research community and private science organizations. So by 1996, the Shermans had reached their limit. They sold the ranch to a man who would become one of the most influential figures, Las Vegas real estate mogul and aerospace entrepreneur Robert Bigelow. So this name has popped up many times over the last year. The Shermans remained nearby, leasing back part of the property to continue cattle ranching, but they were no longer the primary caretakers. Their accounts remained the foundation of the Skinwalker Ranch legend, and they set the stage for what would come next, the arrival of privately funded scientific investigation under the Bigelow's National Institute for Discovery Sciences, or NIDS. So now we're going to explore how the Bigelow's team approached the mystery, whether scientific research was able to uncover any concrete evidence amid the chaos. So, going to take a quick break here, and we will be back. Hold, please. Okay, I'm back. Hello. All right. So now we're going to cover the modern legend of the Skinwalker Ranch in earnest in 1994. When Terry and Gwen Sherman, whose names were later changed in some reports to Tom and Ellen Gorman, purchased the property to plans to build a successful cattle ranch, for all they knew, they were buying a remote but promising slice of the land in the Uintas Basin. They were unaware of the region was already the subject of decades of rumors involving strange lights, flying objects, and odd occurrences. Nor did they know they were stepping onto a land that for generations has been avoided by the local Ute tribe. I don't know why, but I seem to have I'm sorry, but I don't know why I have my script here has the same subject twice, so I'm sorry. Moving forward, in 1996, aerospace entrepreneur and billionaire Robert Bigelow purchased Skinwalker Ranch from the Sherman family. By this point, the Shermans' accounts had drawn national attention, and Bigelow saw an opportunity to do something few had ever attempted on this scale: fund the long-term scientific investigation into the unknown. Bigelow had already had a track record for fringe research. He founded the National Institute for Discovery Sciences, or NIDS, in 1995 with the goal of applying scientific methods to investigate the paranormal phenomena, particularly UFOs and conscious studies. Skinwalker Ranch became NIDS' crown jewel, a living laboratory for the anomalous. Excuse me. Soon after acquiring the ranch, Bigelow moved in a rotating team of scientists, ex-military personnel, and intelligence consultants, and this include Dr. Colm Keller, a biochemist who would later co-author Hunt for the Skinwalker, and others with backgrounds in physics, psychology, and aerospace engineering. Many remained anonymous due to NDAs and concerns about professional reputation. The team set up a base of operations on the property and began 24/7 monitoring. They installed motion detectors, infrared cameras, night vision equipment, and scientific instrumentation to measure radiation and magnetic fields and other environmental variables. The goal was simple: record and document whatever was going on. So it's interesting that a lot of the original team for Bigelow still isn't known to this day, NDAs aside. This shows the stigma behind investigating stuff like this. A lot of people will shy away from investigating publicly investigating what they do when it comes to the paranormal, because they'll get blacklisted or blackballed, whatever. There's 1,000 different terms for it. What you're dealing with is people don't want others in the professional world to know that they're investigating paranormal phenomena, because they're going off as something that has more of a spiritual context than a scientific context. So when they publicly come out and say, yes, I'm investigating something like the Skinwalker Ranch on a professional level, they are laughed at. And oftentimes people are removed from employment because they're investigating stuff like the Skinwalker Ranch. So it's interesting that this is even mentioned in the research here. One of the first major frustrations NIDS encountered was the unpredictability of the activity. The Sherman family had reported almost constant disturbances, but once the scientists were in place, the phenomena appeared to retreat, or at least become less cooperative. Occasional sightings of orbs and strange lights continued. Some team members claimed to witness objects that defied explanation. One described a bright orange sphere that split into two and zipped off in different directions. Others reported a large, silent aircraft hovering over a ridge before vanishing. However, every time the team set up equipment to capture the events, the activity seemed to shift elsewhere. In some cases, the cameras would malfunction. In others, the area being watched would remain quiet while activity was reported just outside the perimeter. It was as if the phenomena itself was actively avoiding detection. Keller, excuse me, Keller later described this as in terms of, quote, a trickster intelligence, something that responded to observation by hiding itself or changing tactics. This idea, while now scientifically provable, became a working hypothesis among some of the team that the forces or force behind the ranch activity were not just unknown, but possibly intentionally deceptive. So I can say that from the book that I've read that they were seeing things, and they would be like, oh, there's tons of activity here in the northeastern corner, and they would spend a day running cables, setting up cameras, and as soon as the cameras are up and operational, there would be nothing. And it would be like this camera has a field of view of like 105 degrees, right? Well, 112 degrees away, they were seeing orbs or UFOs or something that they couldn't explain. So it seemed like it was intentionally being deceptive. It did not want to be seen. So it feels like it feels like the lights were intelligent, right? That they were definitely not wanting to be recorded at the time. So despite the challenges, the NIDS team did document a few events. The first of which was the invisible presence. One night, while surveying the property with infrared equipment, 2 team members reported an invisible entity climbing through a tunnel or, quote, a portal that appeared briefly in the night sky. The figure reportedly emerged and ran off into the darkness, invisible to the naked eye but visible through night vision. Animal mutilations continued. A calf was found dead under strange circumstances. Its ear was cleanly cut, and internal organs were missing with no blood spilled. No predator tracks or signs of struggle were found. This echoes the Shermans' earlier experiences. And they also had electromagnetic anomalies. The team recorded sudden spikes in electromagnetic fields and radio interferences, and other environmental changes during the times of reported activity. One researcher experienced disorientation and nausea while working near a hotspot. His equipment later revealed an intense burst of ionized radiation. Yet for all this, they could never build a consistent data set. There were no replicable experiments. Most of the events were fleeting, subjective, and nearly impossible to verify. Even the photographs and videos that were captured often failed to show anything compelling. So, this is a trend up until recently. And we'll get to that here in a minute. Within the mainstream scientific community, the project was largely ignored or dismissed outright. Skeptics argued that without peer-reviewed publications, repeatable experiments, or solid physical evidence, the work could not be considered legitimate science. Some critics accused NIDS of secrecy and cherry-picking data. Others pointed out that for all the years the study and millions spent, the team never produced definitive proof of anything unusual. But those inside the project maintained a different view. According to Keller and Knapp's book, the team came to believe that the phenomena at Skinwalker Ranch were real, but non-physical, or at least outside the boundaries of current scientific understanding. In their view, something was happening, but its nature made it extremely difficult to study in conventional ways. So this ties into our understanding of UFOs and UAPs as not a physical phenomena, but that possibly aliens, UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them, are not physical, but perhaps trans-dimensional. There's a few different ways this can go. I'll let you make up your own mind about that. However, that is a rabbit hole. That is a very, very deep rabbit hole. And just to give you a little bit of something to think about while you're laying in bed tonight, that the new prevailing theory is that the reason UFOs seem to flicker in and out of reality is because they are time traveling, or that they are trans-dimensional, and that they are just shifting through our dimension or our time frame. And that's why we only see them in fleeting circumstances. Think about that for a little while. Think about it. Go ahead. Have fun with that. By 2004, the activity at the ranch had reportedly declined. The most dramatic events seemed to taper off, and NIDS eventually ceased operations. Bigelow shifted focus to other ventures, including space technology and a later partnership with the U.S. government in advanced aerospace research. Although NIDS had not proven the existence of aliens, portals, or cryptids, it had built the foundation of the Skinwalker Ranch mythos. The years of quiet study and the credibility of some of the team members turned the ranch from a local curiosity into a globally recognized hotspot of the explained. The ranch went dark for several years after NIDS left, with only scattered reports of new activity, but in 2016 it was purchased once again by a man named Brandon Frugal, a Utah businessman with his own plans for the property. Under Frugal's ownership, the ranch would re-enter the spotlight in a new form as the subject of a reality TV investigation series and the focus of renewed attempts to solve its mysteries. And that is where we are presently. The modern era of Skinwalker Ranch, and how high-tech surveillance, television cameras, and even a new team of investigators have tried to do what NIDS couldn't: capture the phenomena in action. But here's the kicker. They did it. They were actually able to capture this phenomenon. So after years of silence, Skinwalker Ranch reemerged in 2016 under new ownership. The buyer was Brandon Frugal, a Utah-based real estate mogul and tech investor. At first, his identity was kept secret. When his name eventually came out, it surprised many. Frugal wasn't a fringe theorist or UFO enthusiast. He was a successful businessman with a background in commercial real estate and technology startups. Frugal later said he was skeptical of the ranch's stories. When he bought the property, he didn't purchase it for paranormal legacy. He bought it to test whether any of the claims could actually be proven. And over time, however, he became convinced that something genuinely strange was occurring on the land. Frugal took a modern, high-tech approach to the investigation. He assembled a private team of scientists, engineers, and security personnel and funded a new round of intensive surveillance. Excuse me. And research efforts. Excuse me. The ranch was outfitted with advanced equipment, full-spectrum cameras, thermal imaging drones, radiation detectors, seismic sensors, RF monitoring systems, biometric devices to track human physiological responses. Unlike the secretive operations under NIDS, Fugel eventually chose to publicize much of this activity through the History Channel series The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, which began airing in 2020. This is the show I've been talking about. It's about to get hairy, folks. It's about to get hairy. Real hairy and gross and slimy and sloppy. The series followed Fugel's investigative team, led by aerospace engineer Dr. Travis Taylor, a veteran of defense contracts and a consultant for the U.S. government. So here's something that isn't really voiced until the last season of the show. So Dr. Travis Taylor, the aerospace engineer that was brought in, he kept it quiet for the first 2 or 3 seasons of the show, but eventually he came out and said, hey, do you guys remember the Tic Tac videos? And of course, everybody remembers the Tic Tac videos, right? The videos that the government released when the UAP hearings happened in Capitol Hill, right? Everybody's seen them. The Tic Tacs. He was the investigator that was brought in by the U.S. government to figure out what was going on with those. Okay, so this is not just a regular guy, not an enthusiast. He is a legit investigator who was a consultant for the U.S. government. So episodes often featured experiments, flying drones, digging into anomalous zones, or exposing team members to specific locations to test radiation, EMF fields, or psychological effects. And according to the show, the phenomena hasn't stopped. The team has documented several recurring anomalies, UAPs, bright objects moving through the sky, hovering and accelerating rapidly, and in some cases, these have been caught on multiple camera angles. Malfunctioning equipment. Just like in the NIDS era, devices mysteriously fail when placed in hotspot areas. Batteries drain instantly. Wired systems cut out. Drones crash without warning. This is really interesting. So they, I'm going to say about the show, they hired a group of people that were professional drone flyers. So these were, think of, I'm sure we've all seen the videos of drone demonstrations over cities, like during 4th of July or whatever, where 400 or 500 drones will go into the air and make one giant animated thing because the drones are flying in sequence. And, it's 400 points of light can create a full 3D image in the sky at night. Well, these were the drones that were controlled by a specific group. So what they were doing was they figured out that if they were to shoot rockets into a specific area over Skinwalker Ranch, that they would see UAPs. And it seems silly just saying it out loud, yeah, we shot rockets into this part of the air over the ranch, and UAP showed up. But that's all they would do. They were reusable rockets that they could reload with fuel, shoot them straight into the sky, and while they're watching the rocket fall back to Earth, they would scan the horizon and see 2 or 3 UAPs in the area. So what they started doing was they would set up 4 or 5 rockets to shoot in this one specific area, and they would send a grid of drones to go straight up into the air in the area just to see if there was anything electromagnetic that would interfere with the drones. And I couldn't tell you how many times they've done it. A dozen times. They would go up. 400 drones would go into the sky in a perfect grid formation. And one by one, they would start dropping out of the sky. And they would look over at the drone operators and be like, why is it doing that? And they said, we've been doing this for 10 plus years. We've never seen that happen before. We don't know what's happening. And these drones would drop out of the sky and like hover in weird places. A couple instances they would like collide with another drone and crash. Really weird stuff. Like you wouldn't expect drones, of all things, to have issues. But it happened. It's so wild. You really need to go see the show. Multiple investigators even have reported experiencing symptoms, nausea, headaches, skin irritation after exposure to areas with short-term bursts of ionizing radiation. One security officer was hospitalized after an incident where a portion of his scalp became inflamed and peeled with no obvious cause. So, let me give you a little background here. In season 1 of The Mystery of Skinwalker, this guy comes in, the guy that we know now was a contractor for the U.S. government to investigate UAPs. He was like, hey, this area is really strange. I want to dig some holes here. And a bunch of the security personnel were like, no, we don't dig here. We were told by the previous owner specifically not to dig in this spot. He's like, well, I'm not scared of it. I'm going to dig here anyway. And dude digs, gets sick. This guy finds like 4 or 5 points of such high radiation exposure that he has to have surgery to get nodes of cancer removed from his skin because he was exposed to such high radiation. And I'm really glad this came up because this was the photo we talked about at the beginning of the episode. Early on, before they brought in this government contractor, they were out there poking around, doing their investigation, and one guy felt really sick. So he left. Later on, he decides he needs to go to the emergency room. And the way it's described in the show is the day after he felt really sick, the back of his head in the center was swollen and inflamed, and his scalp began to peel off of his skull. And the only thing the doctors could say was it was like he was exposed to high amounts of radiation. Let me switch scenes here so you can see. I'm going to show you this picture that I pulled up at the beginning of the episode. Check this out. So this is the CT scan of this guy's head. Look how bad the swelling was. This was this guy's head. And it took him a year to get better from this. In the angle that it's at, they said it is suggestive of something shot a beam of radiation into his head because he was digging in an area where he was told not to. And to this day, the doctors don't know what caused this. And if you watch the show, this picture comes up a lot in the show. If you watch the show, they'll start digging in an area, and he'll just be like, "Okay, yeah, I'm done. I'm gonna go somewhere else because I've been zapped once, and I'm not gonna get zapped again." This is enough for me. If it happened to me once, I'm not gonna do it again. I don't know if any of you have had serious swelling on your head before, but it sucks. It sucks. Sucks fucking bad. Uh, researchers discovered a consistent elevation spike around 5,000 feet above a particular area of the ranch where UAP activity often centers. This quote invisible zone has been a major focus of drone-based experiments. So this is the triangle, Skinwalker Triangle, right here. So if you watch the show, there is tons of stuff that happened right here. Right here, Skinwalker Triangle. Ooh, it says vortex. I'm curious what photos are here. Oh, what strangeness. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here's the vortex. Check this out. So this is from the show. What they did was they sent a helicopter up with LiDAR, like a high-end LiDAR. And they were scanning everything while they were sending rockets up. And this is what the LiDAR saw. So this is just like the crust of what happened really on Skinwalker Ranch. But I'm going to say that there are a great deal of like electromagnetic geographical, not geographical, like GPS anomalies that. How do I describe this? Let me scroll and see if there's anything else from the show. No, I don't see anything. So one of the things that happened in the show when they sent the drones up, all of the drones had GPS modules installed on them. And so let's say we have a rectangle of 150, 200 drones going straight up in the sky, hovering until batteries are depleted, and then they come straight back down. So you would expect the GPS data to show a straight line up and then a straight line down. But the drones that passed through this vortex showed their GPS data to be underground on the other side of this vortex. And they don't know what this is. They have no clue. So it's just there's so much stuff that happens here. Trying to see if there's anything else here. I'm gonna turn the sound off on this. Oh, look at that. That's a gauge on an airplane going wild over this area. This is a common, very, very common thing to happen. The prevailing thought is that there's something that causes some type of electromagnetic disturbance in this area. And they don't know what it is. And of course, electromagnetics interfere with GPS signals. So it's hard to say. They've tried drilling into the basin right here next to the triangle. They drill in and they hit something so hard they can't drill through it. With something with what I know as like a ditch witch, what they use to drill underneath things, like under roads for like utilities. But this thing has like 1,600 pounds 2,600 pounds of force that it can press on, and it digging through this side of this basin like it's nothing, and then it hits something it can't dig through. So in the show, the operator pulls the drill back. He's like, well, I can't get through it. The machine's trying to stall. So they pull it out and they look at the bit on the drill, and there's like, well, there's no damage here. So what was it hitting? And they didn't know. So they go down from the top, right above where they hit something hard, and the guy is trying so hard to drill straight down on top of this anomalous object that he just destroys a drill motor. It is wild, man. There's something in that basin that that's just not clicking. I don't know how else to describe it. So also we have the no dig policy. Several unexplained instances have occurred following attempts to dig on the property. After one such dig, team members reported sudden illnesses, unexplained injuries, and strange equipment failures. Since then, a self-imposed no-dig rule has been cautiously enforced. One of the most surprising revelations of the Fugal era came in 2020, when it was confirmed that the U.S. government had previously funded research at Skinwalker Ranch as part of a secret Pentagon program known as AAWSP, SAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Application Program. This is the forerunner of what is now known as AATIP, ATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, which investigated UAPs. Skinwalker Ranch was among the program's areas of interest, with millions of dollars allocated to study the phenomena there. Dr. Colm Keller, formerly of NIDS, was involved in this effort. This lent to the unexpected credibility to what many have considered pseudoscience. The fact that the U.S. government had formally investigated Skinwalker Ranch gave new weight to the claims that something genuinely anomalous was happening here. So despite high-tech equipment, years of research, no definitive explanation has yet emerged. Some theorists suggest natural cause as magnetic anomalies, unusual geology in the area, or rare atmospheric conditions. Others posit interdimensional phenomena, extraterrestrial craft, or advanced technologies testing the boundaries of our perception. Critics argue that the TV show dramatizes events and that scientific transparency is still lacking. Many experiments aren't peer-reviewed, and raw data is often withheld due to secrecy concerns. But the team on the ranch remains that the sheer volume of anomalies, especially those witnessed by credible or credentialed professionals, points to something real. Dr. Travis Taylor has gone on record saying that the events of Skinwalker Ranch are among the most compelling evidence for UAP phenomena he's ever encountered. This is the guy that did the investigation of the Tic Tac UAPs. As of now, Skinwalker Ranch remains under heavy security with restricted access and ongoing research. Surveillance is constant and visitors must undergo vetting. New data continues to be collected, and the team claims the phenomena are as active as ever. Whether one believes in the paranormal or prefers a skeptical scientific lens, Skinwalker Ranch stands out as a unique case. A single geographic location with a broad spectrum of reported phenomena: UAPs, mutilation, electromagnetic disturbances, cryptids, and psychological effects spanning decades. It's not just a modern myth. It's an active site of investigation, and it continues to challenge our assumptions about reality. So lastly, we're going to explore the theories ranging from grounded to outlandish that attempt to explain what's happening at Skinwalker Ranch. Is there one unifying explanation, or are we dealing with multiple phenomena? And what does it say about our limits of our understanding? So before we get into this, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. Alrighty. All right. So we've come down to theories and interpretations. No, we have a visitor. Come here. No. Come here. Nope, he doesn't want to be on camera tonight. That's okay. The puppy does not want to be seen by the internet. All right, so Skinwalker Ranch has inspired a wide range of theories trying to explain the many unusual events reported there. From natural phenomena to government experiments, cryptids to extraterrestrials, the explanations are as varied as the incidents themselves. Some scientists and skeptics suggest that the ranch's unusual phenomena might be tied to the area's unique geology. The ranch lies in a geographically complex area known for magnetic fluctuations. Some researchers propose that the shifting magnetic fields might cause hallucinations, distortions in electronic equipment, and affect animal behavior. There are minor seismic tremors that could create unexplained noises or sensations. The ranch's position near fault lines might mean that gases released from or underground movements produce some of the strange sounds and lights reported. Certain weather conditions like temperature inversions or rare electrical discharges could explain some of the sightings of glowing orbs or lights. While these natural causes could account for some of the incidents that struggle to explain others, such as animal mutilations, electromagnetic device failures, and reports of physical interactions with unknown entities. Psychologists argue that cognitive biases and social factors might contribute to the ranch's lore. Here he is, everybody. Here he is. Oh, the baby. One of which is pareidolia, the tendency to interpret vague stimuli as something meaningful, like seeing shapes or faces in shadows or light, might explain some sightings. Also, there's group dynamics. Once stories circulate about paranormal activity, people might unconsciously interpret ambiguous events in that framework, creating a feedback loop. And then, of course, there's also hoaxes and exaggerations. There's always a possibility that some of the incidents are exaggerated or fabricated, whether intentionally or through misremembering. Still, the presence of multiple independent witnesses, including scientists and military personnel, complicates purely psychological explanations. One of the most popular theories involves extraterrestrial activity. Proponents point to 1. UAP sightings. The many reports of fast-moving, silent, and unconventional aerial craft are consistent with some descriptions of UFOs worldwide. Animal mutilations. The surgical precision of some of the mutilations have been linked to alien experimentation in UFO folklore. In portals or dimensional gateways, some suggest that the ranch could be a hotspot where aliens or otherworldly beings enter our reality through portals or wormholes. So while intriguing, no verified physical evidence conclusively connects Skinwalker Ranch to extraterrestrials. However, the ranch is named after the Skinwalker of Navajo legend, a benevolent shape-shifting witch or spirit. Though the ranch is not on Navajo land, the nearby Ute tribes have stories about cursed or spirituality-sensitive places. Some theories propose that cryptids, unknown creatures, possibly shapeshifters, or paranormal animals could be responsible for some of the sightings and attacks. And there's also spirit activity. The ranch might be a site of supernatural spiritual energy causing manifestation described in folklore. These ideas remain speculative, are a significant part of the ranch, but still a cultural context. Given the ranch's proximity to military testing sites and the U.S. government's confirmed interest, some suggest classified experiments. The ranch might be a test site for advanced aerospace or psychological warfare technologies. Black projects, unacknowledged government programs could be responsible for UAP sightings and strange phenomena, and psychotronic or energy weapons. Some theorize the strange electromagnetic fields and device malfunctions result from an experimental energy weapon or mind control technology. While some documents and testimonies support government involvement, no concrete evidence ties these programs directly to the ranch's phenomena. So now we're down to the multifaceted phenomena theory. A leading interpretation among researchers like Dr. Keller and George Knapp is that the phenomena at Skinwalker Ranch are multifaceted, meaning multiple or overlapping causes of intelligence may be involved. The view suggests that the ranch is a thin spot or a nexus where different realities or dimensions intersect. Various entities, biological, technological, or spiritual, may operate independently or interact. The phenomena may include physical manifestations, electromagnetic disturbances, psychological effects, and time-space anomalies. These theories account for the wide variety of reported events, but leaves many questions unanswered because there is no scientific, no real scientific study behind any of these theories. Despite decades of investigation, no single explanation fully accounts for everything reported at the Skinwalker Ranch. The ranch remains a unique case study in the limits of scientific inquiry, the complexity of the unknown, and the enduring human fascination with mysteries. Whether the truth lies in geology, extraterrestrial, secret government projects, or something beyond current understanding, Skinwalker Ranch challenges us to keep asking questions. Skinwalker Ranch has become more than just a location. It's a symbol in paranormal research, UFO lore, and popular culture. The influence on paranormal research is that the ranch helped shift the study of the unexplained phenomena toward more. Oh, okay. The ranch helped shift the study of unexplained phenomena toward a more multidisciplinary approach involving scientists, military veterans, and independent investigators. The NIDS project, although controversial, was among the first to try to apply scientific tools to the phenomena, and is often dismissed as folklore or pseudoscience. The publicized investigations under Brandon Frugal, especially with the History Channel series, brought renewed attention to the field of UFO and paranormal research. It's encouraged more open discussion about the topics, breaking down some of the stigmas and encouraging professional inquiry. So the ranch's stories have inspired numerous books, documentaries, podcasts like this one you're hearing today, and TV shows. The ranch appears in episodes of series of Ancient Aliens and Unexplained Mysteries in the ongoing TV show, The Skinwalker Ranch, which has brought these mysteries into the millions of living rooms worldwide. Its influence extends beyond the paranormal community, and Skinwalker Ranch has become a modern myth akin to the Bermuda Triangle or Area 51, representing the unknown frontiers between science and the supernatural. For the Uinta Basin and surrounding areas, the ranch has brought both curiosity and caution. While it has drawn tourists and paranormal enthusiasts, locals often view the stories with skepticism or discomfort, a wearing sensationalism overshadowing the realities of the lands and its people. Which brings us to the human element of this entire thing. At its core, the Skinwalker Ranch is about people. Those who lived through the strange events, the investigators dedicating time and resources to uncovering the truth, and the audience is captivated by the mystery. Whether skeptics or believers, the ranch invites us to confront our understanding of reality and encourages open-mindedness balanced with critical inquiry. And finally, the Skinwalker Ranch remains an active mystery to this day, with ongoing investigation, new technologies, and a growing interest in unexplained phenomena worldwide. The story is far from over. And for those who follow the ranch, it represents the possibility that reality is more complex and layered than we can currently comprehend. A place where science, legend, and the unknown meet. So, we've come to our conclusion. Yes. The conclusion. So what do we think about Skinwalker Ranch? I have read and experienced enough through what I've seen through social media, various articles, and the show on Hulu to reignite my interest in the show. Up until a month or so ago, I don't think I would give Skinwalker Ranch a half a second thought until I saw the show. And I say again, if you haven't seen the show, please go out and watch it. You will see what I mean, because they are doing stuff on that ranch that frankly never really crossed my mind. They're employing scientific method to determine what's really going on. And if they find an anomaly, they do what they can to not just dispute it, but to figure out why. I can think of towards the end of the last season of the show that they were looking at stuff that they had talked about in previous seasons, and they're like, yeah, this was really interesting and mysterious at the time, but now that we've put a little bit of time in between us and a little distance between ourselves and in the moment, the fantastical part of the situation is worn off, and now that we see, maybe there was something, insert explanation here, this is why this was happening. So it's not just explicitly paranormal. And that's why I can appreciate what they're doing out there today with Mr. Fugel and his team of investigators, because they are not just, oh, there's a light, there's a UFO, I heard a sound, this moved, that happened, this happened. There's more than that happening, and they are thoroughly investigating what's really going on the ranch. So, we've come down to the conclusion. Do I personally think that the Skinwalker Ranch is a hotbed of paranormal activity? I can say, personally, yes. Because up until the point of these guys doing the show for the History Channel, I thought it was just another area that was trying to rake in some money. But once I seen the lengths they were going through, and the amount of money being poured into this, and seeing what they see when it happens, I feel like there is something interesting here. It just hasn't been explained yet. And I say again, and I keep saying this, I'm beating this dead horse, but go and watch the show. It's on Hulu. It's free to watch if you've got Hulu, folks. Go and watch the show. There's so much that happens at this ranch. It's recorded by 5 or 6 different cameras from different angles. They've got helicopters catching UAPs disappearing into the side of the basin. They've got UAPs coming out of the side of the basin. There's so much going on here that we just don't understand why it's happening, but it is really happening. So, I will say, again, go and watch the show on Hulu. It's amazing. It's incredible. They do a phenomenal job of being thorough and scientific with their investigation. They did a great job. I was pleased with it because usually it's just a bunch of guys running around with cameras asking questions to the dark spot in the corner of the abandoned hotel that's supposed to be haunted. These guys are doing things that they know is going to stimulate UAP phenomena, and UAPs show up. I mean, that's what we want, right? The evidence is there. Go and see it for yourself. If you disagree, email me at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. We'll talk about it. Let's talk about it, folks. So I'm convinced that this area is truly paranormal. I can't say to what extent it is paranormal, because this area has been almost stigmatized to the point where nobody wants to go investigate it. It took a private millionaire to throw a few $1 million at it to get decent results. And, it just comes down to open your damn eyes and see what's really happening here, right? So, what's next? Next weekend, we're going to, I guess, I'm just going to do some research and see what I can find for something for next week. Thank you for those of you listening tonight. I appreciate every single one of you. This has been Beyond the Shadows podcast. I'm Victus, and let me just say, if you find yourself in Utah on the side of the Uinta Basin in the dark, in the middle of the night, in the cold, in the desert, and you find yourself with a flashlight and you shine it into the sky, in the night sky, and something shines the light back. Don't be afraid. Don't panic, but observe. Take in the moment. But be skeptical. Watch that light shine. See where it goes. See where it comes from. Decipher whether it's human or non-human. And follow that light in the darkness. Just don't follow it too close, because you don't know what holes it might lead down. But make sure you follow us.
beyond the shadows.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Why, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, welcome. Somehow, by the grace of God, I managed to get this all in a row before hitting play. Oh my gosh, what a bad scramble this last 5 minutes. Welcome in, everybody. We've made it to season 2. Season 2. 1, 2. Past season 1, on to season 2. Wow. Okay, so we didn't run for a full 52 weeks for season 1. We started in the middle of the year. But I think we did okay for running 29 episodes, so a little over half a year. I think we did pretty good.
It was really good, especially since we really didn't start out with any, major expectations or intentions for it. We just started recording stuff of you and I talking about stuff. So
Yeah.
But
it came out okay. I think it did. This is, I promised some new assets for season 2. So if you're watching live, you saw the new opener for season 2. Same song, new opener, new video. Took me 6 hours of editing to make that little piece of junk. But my plan is this year, I'm going to try to get some really good reactions from you guys and use those. I'm going to try to start clipping a little bit more because we can do that with OBS, the software we use for streaming onto Twitch. We can do live clipping, and I plan on taking those clips and using them in the opener
with some videos.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
So it'd be really cool to have some awesome reactions, because I did. You haven't seen it yet, but there are new pictures for the Twitch channel that I photoshopped together for. So there's a screen that pops up when you go to the live stream page, and it says we're currently offline.
Yeah.
So there's a picture of me doing something like this, and then you guys doing something like that on the other side. Crop the background out, and then I added in a bunch of paranormal stuff in the background, like Bigfoot hanging upside down from the top of the screen, and
that's cool.
UFO and Mothman, and superimposed season 2. All this other stuff. So it will be the thumbnail for this season on YouTube. It'll be the thumbnail for season on Spotify, and it will be our thumbnail for season 2 and our offline screen for while we are offline on Twitch. So without further ado, hello, welcome to Beyond the Shadows podcast, season 2. I am Victus.
I'm Aon.
And I'm Paul.
We are your intrepid paranormal investigators. I bring to you, I submitted to you for the approval of the Midnight Society. I have a very wonderful story this evening. But if I recall correctly, you said you had something you wanted to open with this morning.
Yeah. So I had a thought the other day. I was reading a book. I've been trying to pick back up reading fiction, more sci-fi and
what's that?
Fantasy stuff.
What's a book?
A book. Yeah. So it's a thing with these paper leaflets with some sort of scrawling across them that convey information. I know it's hard to explain, but it's a thing. It was a thing. I'm trying to make it a thing. Yeah.
I'm Googling it right now.
What is a book?
What is a book?
Spell that for me. Book.
Is it 3 O's?
Yes. 3 O's or 5? So in this, they were talking about that. I don't know, the one I'm reading is all that good of a writing, but the person's concepts are cool. So this person, it's the whole thing centers heavily around multi-dimension travel, right?
Yeah.
And this lady discovers it by accident. The scientist discovers it by accident, trying to solve something else. And here was the part that I thought was interesting. So when you think about alternate realities, right? If you're going to assume that alternate realities are triggered by a branching in decision, right? A branching in decision or a branching in probability, right? Like a rock fell here but didn't fall there, boop, branch, right?
Right.
So it gives you the impression in your mind that it's like this tree, right? That just like, you know, this thing becomes this independent thing, and then every time there's a change, it's just these branches. So her organization of it, when she starts doing these, she sends, you know, like 70,000 drones out to basically do surveys based on landform and so on, because it's all Earth, right? All the alternate reality, the positional. And they find, you know, because she's having this real hard time finding other populated Earths where a sentient life emerged. And she's trying to figure out this problem. And this AI in this book is like, well, she starts narrowing down the problem for her. And essentially she's like, I think that you have the concept or the layout wrong. She's like, what do you mean? And she says, well, you think it's like a tree, right? She's like, I think it's something different. So they start mapping it. And so what she figures out is like, so here's a great example of a fractal, right?
Oh, yes. Tessellations.
So if each one, right, is a branch, right, within that you have a bunch of branches. So what she theorized in the book is that like a single, you know, everything starts here at the center, right? And then a single branch, the big branch is about a major change, right? Like, did an asteroid hit the planet and change its entire atmosphere or not?
Right.
And then within that one, then all the tiny changes then spiral out into tinier and tinier changes, right? So less like a tree, more like a traditional geometric fractal, which is how she explains it in the book. The funny part about that is tree branching is a fractal. Tree branching is a bifurcating fractal, right? With a little bit of Brownian uncertainty mixed into it, but it's a semi-random bifurcating fractal. So here's why I say that. So if you can, because you can also describe the formations of galaxy like a foam fractal, which is kind of the structure that you see in like a sponge, right? It's actually a fractaling of bubbles, you know, within the spongy openings. If you can describe the universe that way, you can describe cell propagation that way, you can describe landforms even. So like all the video games that we play, right? No one goes in there anymore and designs all the landforms by scratch. Here is a fractal designed landform.
Okay.
That was completely came up with introducing Brownian randomization and mixed with a fractal pattern. And then if you want to get into 3 dimensions, here's some more designed completely by fractal geometry, right? That's why all the stuff in video games now looks super realistic, because once they stopped having some dude sitting there manipulating panels, right, and rays, all of a sudden it looks really realistic. Like if you look at Unreal Engine and how you basically paint a landscape, like you're like, I want jungle here, right? It just makes completely randomized jungle without you having to program it. I say that to say all these things in the universe you can describe with fractals, and fractals, you know, cross each other, uncross each other, twist around each other, make these complex forms. And everything in the galaxy moves towards complexity, right? As you have entropy and heat death, right? As you have less resources, things get more complex. Life too. So in the pursuit of the things that are paranormal, right? What if, rather than having a single foundation of reality, right? And I don't mean alternate realities. I mean, you have the perceivable plane, right? What if you have a spreading foam either direction, right, away from that central plane that we're looking at, that fractals out as less and less tangible realities? The intersection of things that we think of as like the afterlife, spirits, all that stuff might be the crossing and recrossing of the fractal foam of reality itself. Existence, the larger fullness of existence was what it made me think of. That's what I was thinking on. And since we were doing a paranormal thing today. I wonder if it's, you even describe the Higgs field, right? The Higgs field is what gives everything mass, but it's this foamy layer that essentially every molecule derives its mass from, and it also looks like a big fractal foam if you're going to describe it with mathematics. So something to consider. It might not be so outlandish that that there's intersections between types of existence, right? If everything has, variation in this sort of granular gradation away from one thing into another thing, is it all that hard to believe that there's other forms of reality and existence that would encompass things like bleed over of what we think of as supernatural, right? Maybe it's not so supernatural, right? Maybe it's more inevitable.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, like it's
a natural outcry of the complexity of existence, right? Just like the natural outcry of single-celled organisms is multi-celled organisms, is multi-organed organisms, is, you see what I'm saying? Like, so you have reality, and reality itself, by its complexity, begins to grow out of it other types of reality, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. I'm with you now. Sorry. I'm still trying to multitask. I'm with you. Fractals are complicated as it is. I don't know.
So that was my thought, was, maybe all this stuff that we think of as being, hard to believe or hard to fathom or find or research, those things might actually, rather than being paranormal, might be super normal.
Right. Okay.
Like a natural spiraling out of things, of having an existing reality in itself. Reality might have gradients just by existing in its own right.
Right.
So that was my brain chewer for the week.
You went down that K-hole, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was driving. And I didn't have any music on, and that's, I had just finished a chapter in that book where she started describing in detail this different way of looking at probabilities of propagated Earths, was her whole thing. And I was like, well, what if you weren't talking about alternate dimensions? What if you were talking about alternate forms of existence? Right. So rather than alternate choices in Earth, what if it was like you have Earth, and then you have Earth light, and then you have Earth magnet? You see what I'm saying? Like, you have these gradients away from solid, yet they get less and less solid.
Yeah. Interesting, indeed. I seem further away than normal, don't I? So I think upon reflection that we had initially discussed that we wanted to do a cryptid tonight.
No, paranormal.
Paranormal? Okay, well, I dropped the ball. But
because we haven't done one in a long time.
Right.
We've done a bunch of UFO stuff.
Well, by happenstance, I just happen to be, there's 1,000 like unsealed UFO files or Aliens Explained on Amazon Prime. Just picked one, and just hit play because it had like 4 seasons. I was like, cool, this will make you, just good, just good listening, So I've got this stuff running, and I'm talking to my wife. I'm like, there's a case that I keep forgetting. I can't remember where it was. I was like, I could Google details all day long, but there's 1,000 UFO cases. So while we're talking about it, I'm trying to explain to her what happened. Right as I explained, I was like, it was on a military base somewhere in Europe, and like clockwork, the announcer in the TV, on a military base in England, a UFO landed. And I'm like,
that's the one. That's it.
Hold on.
That's the one.
Scrap. Where's my iPad? Gotta write it down. This is the one. And then I was waiting for names. I was like, yes, that's it. went down a rabbit hole, and I dug up so much information on this case. So this, what we have submitted to you for the approval of the Midnight Society, the Rendlesham Forest UFO landing incident.
I've never heard of this one. I don't think I've heard of a bunch of different military UFO.
Yeah, I've heard of
This one is wild, and it is so complex and crazy that usually when it comes down to like when we're submitting evidence for an episode, we try to, I try my best to dig up what I can evidence wise. And I usually just got like a few stock photos or what have you, cookie cutter photos or cookie cutter interviews. I'm going to break the storyline just a little bit. This UFO landed next to a military base. One of the military personnel touched it.
Oh,
I have his.
No, I haven't heard this one.
I have his interview.
Oh, nice.
So he goes back to the base. They send more people out. I have the recordings of radio communication with those people out there investigating.
It sounds familiar, but I don't think I know the whole story. Also, speaking of great shows, which I already told you this, but I'm going to tell everybody watching because why not give a shout out to Dan Aykroyd? Dan Aykroyd has a show out on a channel. A channel known to cover history on Hulu that is called The Unbelievable. And at first I was afraid when I watched it that it was going to be like William Shatner's thing right back in the day. And it has elements of that.
Here is proposed.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be bad. But we've talked before, Dan Aykroyd's whole motivation behind doing Ghostbusters was, his great-grandfather was a medium, and his father wrote books about mediumship, and his mom, was into communicating with spirits through TV static and radio static. So he even talks about that a little bit in the first couple episodes.
Yep.
About how that's what motivated him. And then he flipped his suit out.
Yeah.
And it had the Ghostbuster symbol inner thing.
I was gonna say, how cool is it that he had a custom, very nice jacket, by the way, with the Ghostbusters liner? And I did not know. Shame on me. I didn't know he wrote the screenplay.
Oh, you didn't? Yeah, we talked about it when we covered the stuff that prompted the Ghostbusters movie. But yeah, silk Ghostbusters lining in his nicely tailored suit. Way to go, Dan Aykroyd. Way to go. But it's very good. It's very good. They cover some stuff that I even want to go, like, it seems like they just chip the tip of the iceberg off to throw it in because they cram a bunch of stuff into one episode.
Yeah.
Which is what's great about it too. There's some of those in there we ought to dig into more.
Yes.
And cover on the show, especially the weird happening stuff.
I have a running list. So.
Do you? Okay. Yeah, because there were a couple in there. And watching that was what made me think we ought to do a spontaneous human combustion show.
Yes.
Because Paul has some theories on that. Because we've talked about it before. Because he asked me what I thought it was, and I was like, given the photos of the people, and the stuff. I mean, we don't need to get into it that far. I am baffled. I am baffled by the. If it were one, I'd be like, I don't know, maybe something untoward was going on. But there's like 3 really good ones where there's a leg left and nothing else is burnt in the room. Like, it's
the shrunken skull.
Yeah, the shrunken skull. Yeah, I don't understand that.
Little teaser, season 2. Get ready, everybody.
We're gonna do that for sure.
It's gonna be great.
So tell us about the Brits and their UFO encounter.
So as we know, I use ChatGPT to collate information for these episodes. I use it to make a loose script based off of what knowledge I already have. It's a good way to keep me in line when it comes to the story.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've gotten some beta access because I use it so much. I got some beta access to some new features.
Mm-hmm.
And I was literally like, be more creative with the layout. And I'm just going to read the way this is written because it's done so well. But I was like, this is great. And like first time I was like, be more creative with the writing, and it gave a really cool. And it was like watching a movie. Then I was like, I literally said, I like the creativity, but keep the people's real names in the story. And I said, sure thing. Here's a creative retelling of the Rendlesham UFO landing story with the actual people's names in it. And it redid it. Still creative, but kept everybody's names in because the names come in later. It's very important.
Yeah. Okay.
The names are important.
Okay.
So, I'm going to read this the way it's written because it's done so well. It's done so well. Kudos to ChatGTP. Thank you so much. So, it was Christmas in 1980, and the stillness of Rendlesham Forest hung like a curtain. The air was crisp, the stars sharp and unyielding, as though guarding a secret that only the brave or the unlucky might discover. At RAF Woodbridge, Royal Air Force, by the way, near the sleepy village of Suffolk, it's in England, U.S. Air Force personnel were settling into their routine, but this night the routine would dissolve into a memory that haunted the witnesses for a lifetime.
This is good.
See what I mean?
Like this. I like
Excellent
it.
writing.
That's good.
And it's
That's
a little
good.
more engaging. It's a little more of storytelling as opposed to just shooting facts at you.
Right. No, I like it.
Because-
I like it. We'll do it like this. I dig that. Yeah.
Because
That's good.
like all last season, I was like, give me bullet points on this.
Right.
And then I would cater the bullet points, add stuff in, take stuff out. And then I would rewrite it. And then I would resubmit it. Give me bullet points. So now it's flowing together like a story and it's done really well.
No, it's
So-
nice. I like it.
Night 1, the descent of the lights. The clock edged past 3 a.m. when Airman First Class John Burroughs spotted something unusual. From his position near the base perimeter, his gaze was drawn to the treetops in Rendlesham Forest. Lights, unlike anything he had seen before, dipped and swayed as if beckoning.
Paul and I can tell you it's always the gaze.
Yes, the gaze. Is that the gaze?
Go on. It's always the gaze.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, there you
It's a
go.
joke.
It's always the gaze. I like my joke.
Okay, that's a good one. That was a good one. I got you. All right. Yes, thank you. Cool.
I made myself cry a little bit. That's so hard.
It's good for you. It's good for your heart. So Burroughs reported the sighting, and a small team was dispatched to investigate. Joining him were Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston, Airman Edward Cabinsag. I'm sorry, this guy's name sucks. I'm sorry, dude. We'll just call him Airman Edward from here forward. Cabinsag is a horrible last name. I'm sorry, sir. So joining him were Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston and Airman Edward. Flashlights in hand, their boots crunched over the frost-laden underbrush as they entered the snowy forest. What they found there defied belief.
Dun dun dun.
Wait, I got a sound clip. Hold on.
Aliens.
What they found there defied belief. A triangular craft rested silently on the forest floor. Its surface, metallic and black, shimmered as though alive, pulsating with an internal glow. Strange symbols, angular, sharp, and alien, were etched into its hull. The air thrummed with an electric charge. Peniston stepped forward, drawn to the object. He touched it with his fingers, grazing the warm surface. He would later describe the feeling as if his mind were overwhelmed with seeing a vast, downloaded binary code.
This sounds very
flashing in his mind's eye.
This sounds very sensual.
Yes.
This UFO sounds very sensual.
Yes,
Like
ChatGPT is sexy.
you'd swipe right on that on
Yeah.
Tinder.
For sure. But I could tell you all about this. Would you rather hear it directly from the man himself?
Oh, you have the recording?
I have an interview. Sir?
Of course.
Okay, I'm going to warn you now. This has been pitch shifted for copyright reasons.
Ah, yes. So he's normally talks like Mickey Mouse, but now
it's not anywhere near as deep. We'll just say that. Could you hear that little clip? Okay.
Yeah. Sounds
all
good.
right. Here we go.
Ran him over the bottom, cellars all the way across. It felt like going from the smoothness of the metal to like feeling sandpaper on your toe.
But then, something happens that will change his life forever.
Out of all the glyphs, there was one that was larger than all the other ones. And so I decided to go ahead and touch that one. When I touched that symbol, I had an explosion of white light where I couldn't see. I was blinded. And I started seeing ones and zeros flashing. They were like inside my mind's eye.
Dun dun dun.
Okay,
Don't stick your finger in the alien outlet, dude.
Right? Yeah.
He just stuck his hand in the USB drive.
Yeah. Well, I left blanks in here intentionally. I just want to make sure. Okay. Yeah, we're going to watch this part.
Go ahead and pull my hand off and it stopped. The crash started to move a little bit and it was gone in the blink of an eye.
So,
yeah,
I've never tried that. Maybe I should.
When a UFO comes, let's try it.
Oh, I was just gonna do it in, like the end of your phone.
Forget probing me. I'm gonna probe you.
That's what you do when you get abducted. You just go straight to, you go on the offensive.
Yeah.
Try to probe them.
Yeah.
Oh,
just start
sweet.
Looking around,
Push
say
your
there's
pants.
some probes around.
Yeah, you just
Sweet. Hold on. Give me my belt.
and they're like, whoa, wait. No, you're supposed to fight. No,
Wait, buddy. No,
not me.
Stop.
Not me. I've been waiting my whole life.
You don't know, man. I've been shining the flashlight up for 30 years.
I've been waiting for you my whole life. Gray Grayerson.
Great.
You're mine. You're mine. Be like Wanda that you're always quoting.
I got you, and I'm ready to go.
Who are you calling a cootie queen, you lint liquor?
I'm going to use the soundboard more this season, so get used to it. All right. So, Penish step forward, drawn to the object. He touched it, his fingers grazing the warm surface. He would later describe the feeling as if his mind were overwhelmed by a download of binary code flashing in his mind's eye. Do you feel binary code when your fingers graze the object?
Something like that.
I feel something.
There's a tingling in the atmosphere, all right.
There's a tingling.
There's a tingling. I'm not sure if it's coming from my fingertips or somewhere else.
Kind of down where you get those sorts of feelings.
So the craft emitted a low hum. Anybody? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. All right. The craft emitted a low hum.
What was that one?
Go ahead. Oh, the hum and the whistle.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I can't do it. I can't whistle now.
I can do it, but I know that the noise filter is going to cut it out. So
Yeah, it is. It already is. Now that I did it a couple times, it won't register.
So the craft emitted a low hum, and before the men could take another step, it rose silently into the air, and within a flash, it was gone, leaving it only in eerie silence and bewildered stares in its wake.
Wow.
So I want to make sure this is the right clip before I go forward. Okay, yeah. So this is, where's the name? Yeah, this is Burroughs. This is John Burroughs. This is the guy who originally saw the craft, and he was sent out with Peniston to go investigate.
So his thing says U.S. Air Force.
Yeah. It was
Yes.
US Air Force.
Yeah. This
Oh,
is
it's the U.S. Air Force in Britain.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, because you said RAF at the
Right.
beginning.
Yeah, it was a joint. It was a joint Air Force base.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So Burroughs has a slightly different recollection from Peniston.
As we've seen many times.
Yes, with the
Yes.
way his eyes close, you can tell.
Similar but different, like
Yes.
like some sort of trans-space disturbance.
But wait, there's a different facet to the story that you haven't seen coming. Here we go.
I do not remember seeing Jim walk around the craft. I do not remember touching the craft. What I clearly remember was we got close to something, and the next thing I know, it appeared to go up into the sky and then shoot out towards the coast.
But the most unexpected difference, the time on their synchronized watches differs after the incident by almost 45 minutes.
Whatever we encountered affected our memory, and at one point, because of the static electricity or the whatever was in the air, it could have affected our memory, or could have affected what we saw.
45-minute difference between Burroughs and Peniston's synchronized military watches.
Do we have a thing on here saying this show's only for adults?
Yes, we do.
We do. Okay.
We do.
'Cause
Yes.
I thought of an awful joke.
Yeah. Before you come onto the stream, it comes up, and before you can hit play, but it says this broadcast is intended for viewers 18 and over.
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say. Or I thought of trans space or trans dimension. I'm like, it's dimensions with a wing wang. All right.
Go ahead. Look at Paul. Look at Paul. Look at his face.
I saw it. I can see it on the screen.
Oh, geez. I need one more of these. Good.
Could you pass one over here clearly?
Yeah, here you go.
Yeah.
Imperial tonight, by the way. Imperial orange juice. All right. So, these two then left because they were freaked out.
Yeah.
So there's a number of there's a couple different conflicting stories at this point. One story says that they stayed there until backup arrived. All right. And then another story says that they left and backup came later.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we don't get it one way or the other directly from the men.
I was gonna say the guys themselves didn't say.
No, but I want to, we've only got, like less than a minute left on this. So let's see what else I got here. I forget.
One of the things that came up was that you said everything that night that was going on, all the radio traffic was being recorded through the command post.
Okay. This brings us to our next point. So they send people out that night to go out and look at the area, right?
Right.
So I have more evidence. I want to just skip ahead a little bit. I think this has got part of the. Okay, yeah. I did clip out the audio recordings. So what I'm going to do is, this. We need to open this with VLC. This is the actual audio from the recordings of people going out and investigating the area. You ready?
Yeah.
So he's got, for context, he's got one of those trailers. It's a big trailer with a generator, and it's got the tower that stands up and the 4 lights on it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? They've got one of those. It's military light. They go out there, they get it started, and as soon as they turn it on, it malfunctions immediately.
Huh. Okay.
So at this point, they're using a Geiger counter, checking
you
for
say,
radiation.
He said 100 clicks.
He's out 20 clicks.
Oh, he's out 20 clicks. Okay.
Or 20, I think he said 20 meters. He's out 20 meters, but he's getting minor clicks.
Oh, he said minor clicks.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to catch.
So hard to hear. I'll admit, it's hard to hear.
Yeah.
This is shortwave radio. It's never crystal clear. So what he's telling him is, he sees impressions in the ground, but they're unclear. So I have
photos of said impressions.
I should have photo of the impression. Hold on. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Dang, I must not have got that one. So there, I did have oh, that's what it was. I had a copy of the original military photo of the area, and you can see the impressions. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you